For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Nonstop is known for its tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can handle high speeds through curves and stay agile would have the best shot. Acceleration and grip are key here, so I'd say a well-balanced setup with good suspension ties would be most valuable. Top speed isn't everything on this track, so a car that can dance through the corners is the real winner. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Hurry up and pick your favorite car before it's too late. We don't want anyone racing with a potato this time, do we? Get those choices in and let's see which car will reign supreme. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Rumi 15 is in a classic Peugeot 205 Rally, which is known for its nimbleness and agility, especially on twisty tracks. On the other hand, Augs Wolfie's DMC DeLorean is a pretty iconic car, but not exactly built for speed or handling. Honestly, I'd say Rumi 15 has the edge here just because that rally car is designed for racing and sharp maneuvers. The DeLorean might look cool, but it's more of a showstopper than a race winner, especially on a track like Nonstop. My money's on the Peugeot to take the win, but hey, if the DeLorean gets some time travel tricks up its sleeve, who knows? Wow, thank you so much King Malcolm X for subscribing at Tier 1. Your support really fuels our race to the finish line. Appreciate you being here and helping us keep this turbocharged fun going. Alright everyone, buckle up because Wanabakito is starting on pole with a classic 1995 Honda Integra Type R retro slow cars are in the house. So let's see if that old school charm can take the lead today. Wanabakito has shot off the line into the lead. James Nisk is holding strong in second place, and X Ragnarok is right behind in third. Looks like a close fight already. X Ragnarok and James Nisk are nose to tail for second place. Ronnie Rampage and X Ragnarok are also close for third. Yama Priest just gained one spot and is now fifth. Yama Priest and Ronnie Rampage are battling hard for fourth. So Totoda 39 is climbing to 6th place. Maya is also moving up to 7th. Looks like Maya and Sputnik NZ are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Yama Priest and Ron Rampage are neck and neck for 4th place. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 21st. making a nice little jump. Seprothri just overtook someone to move into the 9th place. The Betty White show Seprothri are nose-to-nose for that spot. Appia Dope and Plebis 3 are also battling hard for 21st. The Betty White show just moved up to 9th place. Basicness Artwu is closing in on her now in 14th place. Kai Luri and Basicness Artwu are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Maya and Shotodoroke 39 are neck and neck for 6th place. Katsuma Girl is climbing up to 15. Basanya and Arbil and Katsuma Girl are fighting hard for 14. Basanya Zartwu is really having a rough time dropping back to 23rd. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now 6th. Crystal 33E also moved up 1 spot to 15. The Betty White show is climbing up to 8th place. Seprothri is also advancing to 9. Sputnik NZ and Seprothri are locked in a close fight for 9. AP Dope just gained a spot to sit in the 19th position. Basinids R2 is closing the gap on Catgirl TM, shaving off 2.8 seconds. AP Dope is gaining on Plebis 3, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Baseness Artwu is catching up to Catgirl TM, shrinking the gap by 2.7 seconds. Katsuma Girl is gaining on Gabitha Minimag, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Oakslow Fei has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. The Retro Slow Cars class seems to be a mix of older models with varying speeds, and the track Nimnozetus favors skill over raw power. That's why we see some unexpected positions and close battles. The Betty White show and Shotodoroke 39 are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Lil Sprout is climbing up to 10. Amy is also gaining ground, moving up to 11. The Betty White show just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Lil Sprout is gaining on Sir Pro3, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Katsuma Girl is closing in on Sputnik NZ, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Plebis 3 is climbing to 15th place. Brando Booster and Rummy Fizz 13 are nose-to-nose for 18. Brando Booster is climbing up to 17th place. Rummy Fizz 13 and Brando Buster are nose-to-nose for that spot. Appy Air Dope and Rummy Fizz 13 are also fighting hard for the next position. Amy is gaining on Lil Sprout, closing the gap to just over a second. Katsuma Girl is catching up to Sputnik NC, closing the distance steadily. Oaks Wolfie is really closing in on Apridope, now just a few car lengths behind. Seprothri is climbing up to 8th place. Plebis 3 is making a move to 14. Brando Booster and Gabitha Minimek are locked in a close fight for 16. Lil Sprout advances to 9th place. Pebis 3 climbs to 13. Cotton Girl and Pebis 3 are nose to tail for 13. The track's tight corners seem to favor the nimble Honda Civics and Integras at the front, while the longer straights are giving the DeLorean and Peugeot a chance to catch up. Wow, Wannabe Kiddo took the top spot. Looks like all those practice sessions paid off. Guess they're officially the fastest in the game now. Wow, Wannabe Kiddo really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on the victory, you totally crushed it out there. Looks like all that practice paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Castle Combe is a tight and twisty circuit that demands precise steering and nimbleness from the cars. Speed is important, but being able to swiftly navigate those sharp corners without losing control is what really makes a difference here. Zoe, a car that can dance through the turns with confidence, would be my top choice. Alright everyone, time's running out. If you want your favorite car to join the race, you'd better pick it now before it's too late. Don't let that opportunity zoom past you. Hey Animin-san. Glad to see you back in the stream. We've been watching these AI cars race and it's getting pretty intense. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. Alright, so we're looking at Amin-san with quite a bit of experience under their belt, having raced 64 times and snagging 11 wins. That's a decent record, and being ranked 10th shows they've got some solid skills. Deserts, on the other hand, is a bit of a mystery since we don't know much about their history or track record. Given that both are in the exact same car, I'd probably lean toward Amin-san because of their proven experience and partiality to consistency. But hey, with racing, especially AI racing, surprises are the name of the game. So buckle up, because this could go either way, and I'm betting Amin-san's experience might just give them a little edge. Alright everyone, we are underway at Castle Combe and look at that. Group C's hottest car is starting on pole. It's the legendary 1990 Mazda 787B. For those of you who love a bit of rotary power. Let's see if it can hold its lead. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Marty Freeze holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Amin-san just climbed one spot to 6th place. D-Sits and Amin-san are neck and neck for that 6th position. Zulajada Nini1 is also on the move, gaining one spot to 8. D-Fits is climbing up to 6th place. Jung Don Stortuel, 102, and Cirirelia are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Beans Streams is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 15. The Betty White Show is racing a 1982 Lancia LC 1.01. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Bethrylene is racing a Lola, a DA01 from 1984. She's currently in 10th place, holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like she's not making any dramatic moves, but staying consistent. Bean Streams is racing a 1982 Mazda 717C. They're currently in the 18th spot, so not quite in the hunt but still hanging around. Looks like a long way to go for a top finish. Amin-san is climbing 2 spots to settle in 5th place. Kyroscope and Amin-san are nose to nose fighting for 5th. Matrixco is inching up 1 spot to 8. Fishint and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for 3rd place. Kyroscope just nudged up 1 spot to 5th. Amin-san and Kyroscope are now locked in a close fight for 5th. Amin-san just sneaked into the 5th place. Jordan F and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 11th. Agrids 34 is climbing up to 17th. Agrids 34 is driving an MKAC 83-1, a rare French prototype. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap so far and they're currently in 18th place. The Group C cars are clearly faster and more competitive on this track. The top positions are dominated by these prototypes, while the Group C2 cars are lagging behind, likely due to lower power and handling differences. Jordan F just nudged ahead of the Betty White Show for 11th place. Looks like they're neck and neck in that tight battle. Amin-san is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 6 places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. Bethrylene's Lola, a DA01, is currently in 10th place in the Group C2 class. She's quite a bit behind the leaders and struggling with lap times around 1 minute 4 seconds. Looks like a tough race for her so far. Daythets is driving a Porsche 962C Short Tail from 1984. They are currently in 7th place, just behind the leaders. with a fastest lap of 2.219. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Amundsen is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 6 places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap in the final lap. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Great job, Maya. You absolutely crushed that race. Congratulations on your well-deserved win. And for everyone else, big shout out to Amundsen. You've earned yourself a 1984 Porsche 962 Short Tail for snagging the fastest lap, winning the bet race, and executing the most overtakes. That's quite the triple achievement. Looks like Amundsen is really racing their way into some classic gear today. Here's a fun fact for you. The combined supercars class is like the ultimate mashup of racing styles, where cars from different categories come together to compete. It's kind of like the racing version of a buffet, where you get a little bit of everything, and see which one takes the cake. So, basically, it's a wild playground for speed enthusiasts who love a little chaos and a whole lot of horsepower. Alright folks, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to make a move before the timer runs out. Get those selections in and let's see which machine dominates the race. Alright, this is a classic showdown between two toughers, and both are quite the beasts but in different ways. The 2001 TVR Tuscan S is known for its raw, unfiltered driving experience. It's a lightweight car with a big engine, so it's definitely a contender for quick acceleration and agility. On the other hand, the 2006 TVR Sagaris is more aggressive, with its aerodynamics and handling, built for cornering like a dream. Considering the Baikoniki ring of skill, with its tight turns and challenging curves, I'd give a slight edge to the Sagaris. Its design emphasizes control and cornering speed, which could make all the difference here. The Tuscan S might be faster in a straightforward straight line, but the Sagaris' handling might let it carve through the twists and turns more efficiently. So, I'm putting my money on the Cheryl Mizurosi's driving the Sagaris to take the win, but hey, anything can happen in the world of AI racing. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at the Biker Nikki Ring of Skill with the combined supercars class. Shooting from the pole is the legendary Shotskis and a vintage 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO. Let's see if that classic can hold off the modern chaos. Thomas Moran is leading the race. Shotskis is right behind in second, and Cloud Surfer 69 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Amin-san is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars to grab third place. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing fast, passing 3 cars to reach 10th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Amin-san are nose to tail, fighting hard for third. Amin-san is climbing to second place. Mighty Chunk is advancing to 6. Arayu Serial is pushing into 8. Amin-san is really closing in on Thomas Moran now. Just a little over a second behind. They're battling hard for the lead. Arayu Serial and I are neck and neck for 7th place, keeping the tension high. Amin-san just snuck into the lead, pushing Thomas Moran to 2nd. Arayu Serial is climbing steadily to 7th. Looks like a close fight at the top. Thomas Moran is now in 1st place. Arayu Serial has climbed to 6th. Pumpkin of Glory is in 8th. The race is heating up. Forzo is gaining ground on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling fiercely for the 4th place. Fishings and GM Prime are also locked in a close fight for the 10th spot. Arayu Serial is now in 5th place. Fishing has climbed to 10. Narpinkwolf is in 17th. The race is heating up. Arayu Serial is now in 4th place and closing in on the top 3. Cloud Surfer 69 and Arayu Serial are battling fiercely for that 4th spot. Mighty Chunk has moved up to 6th place and is looking to make a move. Amin-san just sneaked into the lead, claiming the top spot. Arayu Serial is chipping away at Shotskis, closing the gap by over a second. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing up to 7th place, making some moves. GM Prime just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Forzo and GM Prime are nose to nose for 8. Tales of Sturdy and Kuel are locked in a close fight for 16th. Fishing climbs to 9th place, just sneaking past a few rivals. Cherumnitsa Roses also moves up to 10th, making it a tight race. It's Therapairs closing in on Fuzo, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Wow, Amin-san just took the top spot again. Looks like they're on a roll. Guess the competition better step up. Wow, Amin-san really pulled off the Triple Crown, huh? That's some serious racing finesse. Congrats on winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. You've earned some serious bragging rights today. And for claiming a car, Amin-san can take home the 1996 Porsche 911 GT1, both for the fastest lap and most overtakes. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style with a true classic. Great job, and I hope you enjoy that retro beauty. Sure thing. Did you know that Baskerville Raceway is one of the oldest continuously operated racing circuits in Australia? It opened back in 1958 and still keeps that vintage charm, even as the cars get faster and the tech gets flashier. It's like racing history with a turbo boost. Alright, so we've got Merchikin live in a 2013 Nissan Altima and Augs Wolfie in a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. Now, looking at this pair, it's like putting a family sedan against a muscle car. The Altima is reliable and practical, but the Commodore VE has that raw Australian muscle to shake things up. Given the tracks and the car's characteristics, I'd say Augs Wolfie might have a slight edge. The Commodore's got more power and a bit more agility in racing conditions. But hey, anything can happen in AI land, so stay tuned. This could turn into a surprise party. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Baskerville, and leading the pack is Cloud Surfer 69. In the pole position driving a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like he's got a good start, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Cloud Surfer 69 has taken an early lead, with Your Instinct right behind in second place. Sir Pro 3 is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Amin-san just sneaked into fifth place. Amy is climbing to ninth. Augs Wolfie is making a move to 11th. Things are heating up. DJCK Betsy Rogers is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is now in 10th place, climbing up one spot. Rowdy Zerolf and Mahmuda are nose to nose for 14th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Merchikin Live is climbing up to 12th place. Diary Rock Official is now in 15th place. Both making some moves today. Merchikin Live is just ahead of Augs Wolfie, so he has the slight edge for now. But with 4 laps to go, anything can happen. Lotusos is driving a Nissan Altima from 2013. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Rowdy Xerolf is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. They're currently in the 16th place, so it looks like a bit of a struggle to move up. Your Instinct is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. They're holding on to second place with a solid lap time of 1:151, staying close behind the leader. Looks like a steady race so far. Amundsen is dropping like a stone, now in 16th place. Pace CAR is climbing steadily, now in 4th. Lazy Towner is also making moves, now in 5th. Amy is currently in 8th place with a 27 Holden Commodore VE. Her fastest lap is just over a second faster than mine, so she's holding her own. Looks like she's trying to keep it steady. Cloud Surfer 69 is leading in a 2013 Nissan Altima with the fastest lap of 1705. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Lazy Towner is climbing to 4th place. Gamerboss 72 is now 5th. Amy is pushing into 6th. Ogswolfie is climbing to 8th place. Mirmudar is now in 10th. Rowdy Xerolf and Direk Official are nose to nose for 12th. Rowdy Xerolf is climbing 2 spots to take the 11th place. Merchikin Live and Rowdy Xerolf are nose to tail, fighting for that 11th position. Caffeinated Car is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the 15th spot and quite a bit behind the leaders. Lazy Towner is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute, 0.672 seconds. Looks like they're making a move up the field. Namudar is racing a 2007 Holden Commodore VF. They're currently in the 11th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time of 1 minute, 1 second, and 86 milliseconds. Sir Prothry is closing in on Your Instinct, cutting the gap by a second. Lazy Towner and Sir Prothry are battling hard for 3rd place. Maya and Amy are neck and neck for 6th. Sir Prothry is dropping like a stone to 10th place. Gamerboss 72 is climbing to 3rd. Amy is also moving up to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Instinct and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail at the front. Merchicken Leg just overtook someone to grab the 10th spot. Caffeinated Car is also climbing, now 11th. Wow, Cloud Surfer 69 took the top spot. Looks like they really know how to ride the clouds. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Cloudsurfer69. You really showed those cars who's boss. Well done on the victory. And for the other drivers, remember, the chance to claim a car is still on the table. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap. So the 2007 Holden Commodore VE8 Supercars is yours. Get ready to take that beauty home. Sure thing. Did you know that WTC racing cars were once so fierce that they could reach speeds of over 170 miles per hour on tight street circuits? It's like watching a bunch of sleek, high-speed chess matches where the cars are the pieces. And they made all that happen while still being surprisingly close to the cars you could see on the road every day. Now that's some serious racing magic. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Glad you could make it back to the racetrack. We've got some high-speed AI cars battling it out, so sit back and enjoy the show. Alright everyone, listen up. These cars might just be pixels on a screen, but their physics are as real as it gets. Choosing the right car could be the difference between first place and watching them spin out in the dirt. So, pick wisely and root for your favorite, because in this race, every little detail counts. Alright everyone, remember that every car in this simulator is modeled with real-world physics, so they behave just like the actual cars they're based on. Picking the right car can seriously boost their chances of winning. So, if you want to see which car dominates, think carefully about your choice, and maybe even root for the one with the best handling or speed. Let's see who's got the luck and skill to come out on top today. Hey, everyone! If you want to remove a car from the race, just type !remove followed by the number of the car you want to take out. Easy peasy. For example, if you want to remove car number 3, just type !remove 3. Give it a try and help shape the race. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking down and we don't want any missed opportunities to see your top choice in action. So get those selections in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic battle. The Audi A4 from 24 is known for its reliability and smooth handling, but it's not exactly a race car. The Alfa Romeo 156 GT A from 2007, on the other hand, is a bit more sporty and lightweight, so it might have the edge in agility. Given Bremgarten's twisty, challenging layout, I'd say Amy's Alfa Romeo might just squeeze out a win if it handles the curves with finesse. But if Maya's Audi can hold a steady pace and take advantage of any straightaways, it could surprise us all. Honestly, I'll be cheering for the underdog, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Alfa comes out ahead here. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Bremgarten and the viewers sponsored this big moment. Anaxagorax, starting from pole, is behind the wheel of a 26-seat Toledo. Let's see if the old-school car can keep up with the modern chaos. Aminsan has shot off the line to take the lead. Anaxagorax is holding strong in second place. Wayne Trinity 4 is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in second place, climbing one spot. and Exagerax and Wayne 24 are nose-to-nose fighting for second. Henfatic has moved up one spot into fourth. Double is making a move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Zelen Fox 213 is also on the rise, grabbing 7th after a similar surge. Everlasting Apex is not far behind, pushing up to 8th with a quick overtaking spree. Life 1 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 15. Zealand Fox 213 is making a move up to 6. Everlasting Apex is also climbing to 7. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Apex Milkbag is on a roll, climbing to 16. Wayne 24 just snagged the top spot. And Exagerax is right behind in second. Lilac and Shalesy are neck and neck for 10th place. King Malcolm Eric's just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Double is gaining ground on Crazy Sweetbutt, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex and Silent Fox 213 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Kyroscope and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 12th. Double is gaining on Crazy Sweet but fast, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Kyroscope and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Crazy Sweet but just overtook Anexagarax to take 2nd place. Anexagarax is not giving up easily though. Shalesy is closing the gap to me by almost 2 seconds. Double is really closing the gap on Anexagarax, just a 1.5 behind now. Naibe has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Lilac and Naibe are nose to tail, fighting for the 11th position. Double and Anexagarax are nose to tail for 3rd place. Lilac is climbing fast, now on 10th. Waifuan's car is a 27 Peugeot 407, currently in 15th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Double and Anexagarax are nose to tail for 3rd place. Everlasting Apex and Silent Fox are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Lilac is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by over a second. Double is climbing up to 3rd place. Everlasting Apex is now in 5th. Drew False has moved into 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Double is inching closer to Crazy Sweetbutt, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Everlasting Apex is narrowing the distance to Anexagarax by 1 second. Zealand Fox 213 and Drew False are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Amy is currently in 8th place, driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GT. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for her, as she's not in the top half and hasn't set a fastest lap yet. The Bremgarten track's tight corners and elevation changes are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent seems to be paying off for the front runners. Maya is currently in 8th place. Waifuana is rapidly closing the gap on Kyroscope, now just 3.1 seconds behind. Silent Fox 213 and Amy are still locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Apex Milkbag is stuck with a Volvo S60 from 2008, and their fastest lap time is showing as impossible, so they are probably just cruising or having technical issues. Waifuana is setting the pace early with the fastest lap, but with only 3 laps in, it's too soon to tell if he can keep that momentum going. Double is driving a 26 BMW 20 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is a solid 2:25.412, so they're holding a good pace. Looks like they're making moves up the field. Henfatik is driving a 2004 Audi A4, which is holding a solid 4th place. Looks like the car's been pretty consistent, that they might need a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Silent Fox 213 and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Kyroscope and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 12th. No one is giving an inch. Druor Falls is gaining ground on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Naiba and Shalesy are locked in a fierce battle for 11th place. Bean Streams is making a move on Wei Fuan, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Wei Fuan is setting the pace with the fastest lap, but with only 4 laps gone, there's plenty of time for others to catch up or overtake. Double is gaining on Crazy Sweet, but the gap shrinking fast. Maya and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 8th place. Waifuan is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Maya and Silent Fox 213 are nose to tail in 8th place. Amy's trying to hold off Druor Falls, but Druor Falls is closing in fast. Silent Fox 213 is inching closer to Amy, less than a second now. Amy and Druor Falls are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya just slipped into 8th, climbing 1 spot. Druor Falls is holding on to the 6th place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Lin Lila and Silent Fox 213 are nose to tail for 9th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is now 7th, closing in on the top 6. Lin Lilac has moved up to 9th, just behind the action. Druor Falls and Lin Lilac are nose to nose for 8th place. This is getting interesting. Annex Agarax is gaining on Double and is now just a second behind. Hinfatig is closing in on King Malcolmerx, and the gap is shrinking to around 1.5 seconds. Waifuane is gaining ground on Kyroscope, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Apex Milkbag is inching closer to Bean Streams, closing the gap by 1 second. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 5th place. Linlilac and Druorfos are neck and neck for 8. Kyroscope and Nibe are battling for 12. Linlilac just snuck into 8th place. Apex Milkbag is closing the gap on Bean Streams, cutting it down by a second. The Bremgarten track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the early leaders with consistent lap times. It's making overtakes tricky, so staying in front early is paying off. Maya is now in 6th place, closing in on the top 5. Shalesy and Silent Fox 213 are neck and neck for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Apex Milkbag is gaining on Bean Streams. The gap shrinking fast. This race is heating up. Shalesy just sneaked into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Kyroscope and Nibe are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Vaifuan is closing the gap on Kyroscope, shaving off nearly 2 seconds. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Anaxagorax is gaining on Double, faster than a caffeine boost, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Kyroscope just moved up 1 spot to 12th place, proving that every position counts. Vaifuana is closing in on Nibe, shaving off 1.4 seconds, so keep an eye on that chase. Henfatig is showing some serious pace with that fastest lap, but he's still in 4th and needs to find a way to turn that speed into positions. Henfatig is setting the pace with the fastest lap, but he's still in 4th. He might be saving tires, or just waiting for the right moment to push. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Anaxagorax, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Vaifuana has climbed 1 spot to 13. Nibe and Vaifuana neck and neck for that same spot. Double is driving a 2006 BMW 320. They're currently in 3rd place, which is pretty impressive considering they started way back in 12th. Looks like they're making some serious moves up the field. Aminsan is in a 2008 Mercedes C200, starting 3rd and currently in 10th place. Looks like the car's holding up, but the race is a bit of a struggle for them today. Bean Streams just overtook Nibe, and now sits in 14th place. Looks like Bean Streams is determined to climb higher. Bean Streams is driving a 27 BMW 320 SI. They're currently in 15th place, and their fastest lap is just over 23.9. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Henfatig is really closing the gap on King Malcolm Ayerks. Just a few seconds now. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Anaxagorax, inching closer with every lap. Linlilac and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. No room for mistakes there. Apex Milkbag is gaining on Nibe, and now just a few car lengths behind. Henfatig is hot on King Malcolm Ayerks' tail, closing the gap quickly. The Bremgarten track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the more agile cars like the Seat Leon and BMW 2U. The longer straights are helping the Toyota and Mercedes drivers to catch up. Maya is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Emphatic is inching closer to King Malcolm X, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Maya is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Apex Milkbag is really closing in on Naib. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Emphatic is chipping away at King Malcolm X, but still a bit of a stretch for an overtake. Bean Streams is driving a 27 BMW 320 IY. They're currently in 15th place, and their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite making moves yet. Maya is right behind Everlasting Apex now, closing the gap quickly. Vaifuana just moved up 1 spot to 12. Bean Streams is gaining on Kyroscope, closing the distance by over a second. Vaifuana is driving a 27 Peugeot 407, currently in the 12th place. She's a bit off the pace with a fastest lap of nearly 2:24. Her race looks steady but not quite fast enough to challenge the top. Ought. Bremgarten's tight corners are favoring experienced drivers and those with nimble cars. The top positions are tightly packed, so precision is key. The track's complexity seems to be shaking up the order a bit. Emphatic is holding the fastest lap, but is only in 8th place. Looks like he's got the pace but needs to find a way to move up. Druerfals is in a 28 Mercedes C200, and it looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap time so far. Apex Milkbag is driving a 28 Volvo S60. They're currently in the 8th place just behind the leader, and their lap time is solid, but not quite enough to challenge the top. The Bremgarten track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the more agile cars like the Seat Toledo and BMW 320, while the straight line speed isn't enough to shake off the pack. Double is driving a 26 BMW 320. They started in 12th and are currently in 3rd. Looks like they're making a solid push through the field. Maya is holding 8th. Not bad, but needs to find some speed to catch Lynn Milak. Amy is in 7th, just ahead, so she's got a shot if she pushes now. The gap isn't huge. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Anaxagorex, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Vaifuana and Silent Foxed walked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Maya is now in 5th place, closing in on the top 4. Vaifuana and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 11. Shazi's in a Seat Toledo from 2006, starting way back in 17th. They're currently in the 11th spot. but their lap time of nearly 2:28. This race might be a bit of a struggle for them. Double is gaining ground on Crazy Sweet, but fast enough to make it interesting. Drewer Falls is having a rough time, dropping to 16. Amy is inching closer to me, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Beans Streams is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 16. Double is closing in on Crazy Sweet, but cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Drewer Falls is moving up 1 spot to 15. Waifuan is driving a 2007 Peugeot 407. She's currently in the 12th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like she's holding her own, but not quite on the podium pace. King Malcolm Rex is closing in on Beans Streams fast, just 6.4 seconds behind now. Double is gaining on Crazy Sweet, but closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Waifuan is making moves, climbing up to 10th place. Beans Streams is closing in on Drewer Falls fast, just 5.2 seconds behind now. Amy and Maya are still locked in a tight battle for 6th place. Lynn Lilac is gaining on Amy with a 1.3 second difference. Shalesy is hot on the Lilac's tail, closing in by a second. Kyroscope and Silent Fox 213 are nose-to-nose fighting for 11th place. Waifuan is really closing that gap on Shalesy now. Naiba is climbing up to 12th place. Apex Milkbag is also making moves, now in 13th. Henfatic is holding the fastest lap, but is in 4th place. Looks like he's got the pace, but needs a bit more aggression to move up. Apex Milkbag is really on the hunt, closing in on Amy by 2.7 seconds. Shalesy just gained a spot to take 10th place. Drewer Falls also moved up 1 position to 14th. Drewer Falls is climbing to 13th place. Beans Streams is catching up to 15th place. Lynn Lilac is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla, starting from the last row. They're currently in 10th place, but are quite a bit slower than the leaders, with the fastest lap of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Amy is driving a 27 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA and is currently in 8th place. Her fastest lap is 2:22.541, so she's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Waifuan is gaining on Shalesy, closing a gap by over 1.5 seconds. Kyroscope is hot on Naibi's tail, reducing the distance by just over 1 second. Apex Milkbag is driving a Volvo S60 from 2008. They're currently in 8th place, a bit off the pace with the fastest lap of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Looks like a steady race, but not quite challenging for the top spots. Waifuan is gaining on Shalesy, closing the gap by a little over 1 second. Hinfatig is also inching closer to King Malcolmerks, same pace of about a second. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in second place and seem to be holding a solid position, just behind Wayne Tree 984. Looks like they're keeping it steady but not quite catching the leader yet. Shazi just nudged into 8th place. Waifuan is also climbing, now in 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Zealand Fox 213 advances to 11th place. Bean Streams is gaining on Drua Falls, closing the gap by 1 second. Crazy Sweetbutt is really closing the gap on Wayne Tree 94, cutting it down by 3.5 seconds. Drua Falls and Apex Milkbag are locked in a fierce duel for 12th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is really closing in on Wayne Tree 94, cutting the gap by over a second. Waifuana is climbing up to 9th place. Drua Falls is also making moves, now in 12th. Crazy Sweetbutt is gaining on Wayne Tree 94 and closing the gap fast. Everlasting Apex and Anaxagorax are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Naiba is chipping away at Bean Streams and closing in quickly. Crazy Sweetbutt just overtook Wayne Tree 94 and now leads the race. Wayne Tree 94 is not giving up though, they're sticking close behind. The battle for first is heating up with both racers pushing hard. Wayne Tree 94 has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in first place. Waifuana is closing the gap on Lynn Lilac, cutting it down by 3 seconds. Henfatig and King Malcolmerks are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Drua Falls is driving a 2008 Mercedes 200 Dino. They're currently in the 12th place, and their fastest lap is 2:26.346. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Crazy Sweetbutt is really making a move on Wayne Tree 94. Lin Lilac better watch out as Waifuan is closing in fast. Lin Lilac is in 8th place with a 2008 Toyota Corolla. Her fastest lap is 2 minutes 25 seconds and 5 milliseconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the top runners. Everlasting Apex and Anaxagorax are neck and neck for 4th place. Waifuana is closing in on Lin Lilac, cutting the gap by a full second. Crazy Sweetbutt is gaining on Wayne Tree 94, the gap shrinking fast. Anaxagorax is closing in on double, getting closer with every second. Henfatig is making a move on Kyroscope, closing the distance steadily. Amy is in the 14th position, driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Their fastest lap is 2:22.541. Which is pretty quick, but not enough to climb higher. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Waifu Anne is in 7th place with a Peugeot 407. Her fastest lap is just under 2 minutes and 24 seconds, so she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Druorfals is driving a 2008 Mercedes C200. Their race seems tough with a lap time of over 2.5 minutes. Currently in the 12th place. Everlasting Apex and NX Agarax are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Kyroscope is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by a full second. Double is climbing up to 2nd place. NX Agarax is chipping away at Crazy Sweetbud's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Waifu Anne is making her way to 8th place. Silent Fox 213 is driving a 2008 Lada 110S and is currently in the 12th place. Their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. NX Agarax is gaining on Crazy Sweetbud, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Hinfatig is catching up to Kyroscope, inching closer with every lap. Hinfatig is holding the fastest lap, but he's stuck in 8th place. Looks like he's trying to make a late push, but he needs to find some overtaking opportunities. NX Agarax is gaining on Crazy Sweetbud and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Waifu Anne is catching up to Amy and closing the gap by 3/4 seconds. Hinfatig is inching closer to Kyroscope and reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. NX Agarax is gaining on Crazy Sweetbud and closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Waifu Anne is catching up to Amy and closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Waifu Anne is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 2 seconds. Apex Milkbag is narrowing the distance to Druorfals by just over a second. Hinfatig is making a move on Kyroscope, closing in by a little over 2 seconds. Zealand Fox 413 is driving a 2008 Lada 110S, which is way off the pace at the moment. Their race looks like a long, lonely struggle with the slowest lap time by a good margin. Double is driving a 2006 BMW 320, starting from 12th and currently holding 2nd place. Looks like they're making a strong push up the field, possibly benefiting from some smart overtakes. The Bremgarten track favors cars with good handling and stability, which benefits the older but well-balanced models, like the Seat Toledo and Alfa Romeo. The mix of car classes shows that skill and setup are more decisive than just the car's age or class. Double is driving a 2006 BMW 320, starting from 12th and currently holding 2nd place. Looks like they're making a strong push through the field. Hinfatig is driving a 24 Audi A4 and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 2:22.252, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Maya is currently in 6th place driving a 2004 Audi A4. The race looks tight, with her slightly behind the leaders but staying competitive. Double is now in 1st place. Wayne Trinity 4 is right behind, both pushing hard for the lead. Wayne Trinity 4 and Double are neck and neck at the front. Maya just overtook someone to climb into 5th place. Looks like a good fight shaping up. Wayne Trinity 4 and Double are nose to nose at the front. Crazy Sweetbutt and Wayne Trinity 4 are also fighting hard for 2nd place. Naiba is closing in on Bean's streams, cutting the gap by a full second. Emphatic is holding the fastest lap, but is in 8th place. Looks like he's pushing hard but still has some ground to make up. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding a slim lead over Double for the top spot. Anaxagarax and Crazy Sweetbutt are neck and neck for 3rd place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Double are locked in a fierce fight for 1st place. Bean Streams is climbing up to 13th. Naiba and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 14th. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 2nd place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Wayne Trinity 4 and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for 1st place. Naiba just gained 1 spot to sit in 14th. Kyroscope is closing in on Apex Milkbag, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Crazy Sweetbutt just edged ahead of Double for the lead. Anaxagarax and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail for 3rd place. This race is heating up. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for 1st place. Anaxagarax just climbed 1 spot to 3rd. Emphatic is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by over a 2nd. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Everlasting Apex is slicing into Maya's tail, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Chelsea is driving a 2006 Seat Toledo and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for 1st place. Chelsea just climbed up to 9th. Drew or False is closing in on Silent Fox 213, cutting the gap by a 2.5 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Everlasting Apex is cutting down the distance to Maya by a full 2nd. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 2004 Audi A4. Her fastest lap is 2:23.383. She's holding steady but not quite challenging the top contenders yet. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for 1st place. Drew or False has climbed 1 spot to 11th. Emphatic is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for first place. Drurfals is catching Lynn Lilac fast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Emphatic is closing in on Kyroscope, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 28 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in second place and have the second fastest lap time, so their race is looking pretty smooth so far. Drurfals is driving a 2008 Mercedes C200. They're currently in the 11th place, but their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like a tough race for them. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail at the front, and Xagarax is chopping down the distance, now just 1 second behind Crazy Sweetbutt. King Malcolmerx is driving a 28 Mercedes C200 and is currently in 8th place. Looks like he's holding steady, but not making much progress. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 5th place. Bean Streams is making a move to 12th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail at the front. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Looks like she's on a mission. Zen Fox 213 is driving a 2008 Lada 110S and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is nearly 3 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for first place. Emphatic is chopping down the gap to Kyroscope, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Silent Fox 213 is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Naib is right behind, also making a move to 11th. Apex Milkbag is not far behind, pushing into 12th. Looks like a tight battle for those positions. Emphatic is driving a 2004 Audi A4. They're currently in 15th place, and their fastest lap is at 2:22.252. So they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA, currently in 8th place. The race looks tight for her with a decent lap time of 2:22.541, just behind the leaders. The Bremgarten track favors cars with good handling and stability, which seems to benefit the older BMW and Seat models. The Mercedes and Toyota are struggling to keep up, likely due to track demands. Overall, car class and track synergy is shaping the top positions. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Annex Agarax, closing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Apex Milkbag and Naibi are locked in a tight duel for 11th place. King Malcolmerx is creeping closer to Bean Streams, chipping away at the gap by 1.7 seconds. Naibe's driving a 28 Volvo S60, which is not the fastest car on the track. They're currently in 12th place, quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail for the lead. Amy is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by a second. Aminzan is slicing through the field, now just 2.8 seconds behind King Malcolm X. Drew Orfals is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Amy is closing in on Everlasting Apex, shrinking the gap by over a second. Lin Lilac is on the move, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Beans Streams is right behind, also up 3 spots to 14. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose at the front. Maya and Wayne Tr94 are swapping places every lap for 4th. Apex Milkbag is chipping away at Shalesy, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for first place. King Malcolm X is catching Naibe quickly, closing the gap by a second and a half. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail for the lead. Amy is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap down to just over a second. Wayne Tr984 is driving a 2007 seat, Leon TDI. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like they're just hanging in there. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Aminsan is closing in on King Malcolm X, cutting the gap down to just under a second and a half. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Zealand Fox 213 is chopping down Drew Orfals's advantage, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose at the front. Hinfatic is chipping away at Bean Streams, closing the gap by a second and a half. Rim Garden's tight corners and narrow layout are favoring the drivers with better control and precision. The leaders are maintaining consistent lap times, but the real action is happening in the mid-pack where overtakes are tricky. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck at the front. Anaxagorax is charging hard, closing the gap by over a second. Maya and Wayne Tr94 are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for 1st place. Naibe is gaining on Kyroscope, closing the gap by a second and a half. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for 1st place. Aminsan is closing in on King Malcolm X, cutting the gap by a second and a tenth. Aminsan is driving a 2008 Mercedes C200. They are currently in the last few positions and seem to be struggling with pace. as their fastest lap is well off the leaders. Double is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. The WTC cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners favor drivers with better handling and consistency. The car class doesn't seem to give a huge advantage, but those with quicker lap times are capitalizing on track conditions. Life 1 is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by over 8 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are still neck and neck at the front. Anaxagorax is chipping away at Crazy Sweetbutt's lead, narrowing it by just over a second. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Anaxagorax and Crazy Sweetbutt are still fighting for second place. Lynn Lilac just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Wayne Tren 94 is cutting down the distance to Anaxagorax by a second and a third. Bean Streams just jumped a spot and is now in the hunt for the top 12. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for first place. Kyroscope is chipping away at Henfatic, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Naiba and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 16. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail for the lead. Naiba just gained a spot to 16. Kyroscope and Naiba are locking horns for that 16th place. Double is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. Crazy Sweetbutt just edged ahead of Double for the lead. Henfatic and Silent Fox 213 are still neck and neck for 14th place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for first place. Apex Milkbag is closing in on Drewer Falls, cutting the gap by a second. Henfating and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a tight fight for 14. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail at the front. Naiba is chipping away at Henfatic's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. King Malcolm X is driving a 2008 Mercedes C200. He's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. His fastest lap is 2:25.398, so he's not pushing the limits yet. Hey Naibe! Nice to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some epic AI car race and chaos. Sit back and enjoy the show. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Wayne Trendy 4 just slipped into 3rd place, making a move up 1 spot. Amin Sun is chipping away at King Malcolm X's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Anaxagorax just climbed into 3rd place. Henfatic and Silent Fox 213 are fighting hard for the 14th spot. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Hen Fatig just climbed one spot to 14th. Silent Fox 213. And Hen Fatig are locked in a close fight for 14th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Naiba is chipping away at Silent Fox 213's advantage, closing the gap by a little over a second. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for first place. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on an Axagarax. The gap shrinking fast. Apex Milkbag is gaining on Drua False, inching closer with every second. The Bremgarten track is tight and technical, favoring cars with good handling and stability. The top contenders are those who can maintain consistent lap times without pushing too hard. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Bean Streams is slicing through the field, now just a few seconds behind Lin Lilac. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for first place. Bean Streams is catching Lin Lilac fast, just a second behind now. Apex Milkbag is driving a 2008 Volvo S60. They're currently in 12th place, but their fastest lap is a solid 24.085, so they might be closing in on the cars ahead. Maya is currently in 6th place with her 2004 Audi A4. She's been consistent but not quite catching the leaders yet. Looks like she's holding her position pretty well. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Wayne Trinity 4 and an Annex Agarax are also locked in a fierce duel for third. Amy is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap down to just under a second and a half. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Everlasting Apex just bumped up to 5th place. Apex Milkbag is inching closer to Drua False, closing the gap by a second and a half. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Amy is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 3 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Amy is gaining, closing the distance to Maya by over a second. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for first place. Amy is closing in on Maya rapidly, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Hen Fatig and Bean Streams are locked in a close fight for 13th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Amy just climbed one spot to 6th. The fight for the top is heating up. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to tail at the front. Maya just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Bean Streams is catching the Lilac fast, closing the gap by over a second. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are nose to nose for the lead. Everlasting Apex just bumped into 4th place. Amy is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for 1st place. Amy is closing in on Maya fast, cutting the gap by over 1 second. Naiba and Silent Foxed 213 are locked in a close fight for 15. Crazy Sweetbutt and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Dylan Fox 213 is chopping down the gap to Henfatic quickly, just 1.2 seconds behind now. Wow, Double just won the race. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congrats on the victory. Wow. Double really pulled off an incredible feat winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's some serious domination. Congratulations to them. And for the lucky driver who won the car, congratulations. Maya, you've earned the 20,004 Audi A4 from the WTC. Looks like luck is on your side today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Nonstop has some sharp turns and fast bends, so a car that can stay glued to the road and handle quick direction changes would be my top priority. Top speed is nice, but if the car can't navigate those corners smoothly, it won't do well here. Balance and control are the name of the game for this race. Oh wow, this is a battle of classic race cars from the mid-90s. Pancakis is behind the wheel of that Reynard 95i, a car known for its agility and sharp handling, especially on twisty circuits. Meanwhile, La Croissant 1980 has the Penske PC23, which was a bit of a beast on high-speed tracks with its powerful engine and stable chassis. Considering Nonstop's mix of turns and straights, I might lean slightly towards La Croissant 1980's Penske, because it tends to excel on tracks with a bit more straight-line speed and stability. But then again, the Reynard's light frame could make it more nimble in the corners, giving Pancakis a shot at sneaking ahead in the twisty bits. Though, if it comes down to handling and cornering, I might give a slight edge to the Reynard. But if speed on the straights and overall stability are the deciding factors, the Penske could just take it. Should be an interesting race to watch. Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at Nonstop, and on pole is Imogen Tempest in the 1995 Lola T9500. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Tugonit DTV has taken an early lead, followed closely by Imogen Tempest in second place. Uncanny Buddy is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Imogen Tempest and Tugonit DTV are nose to nose at the front. HP Loopcraft just snuck into third place. Luke's Ravenous and Liam are battling hard for fifth. Imogen Tempest is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Pancakis has climbed to 10th place. Amy has moved up to 11th. Pancakis is in 11th place driving a Reynard 95i1. Looks like they're making a move forward but still have some ground to catch up. Pancakis is in 11th, and has a chance to catch La Croissant 1980, who is 12th. Not much room for error, but still a shot at the top 10 if they push hard. HP Loopcraft is driving a Lola T9500. They are currently in third place and seem to be holding steady, but no real pressure from behind yet. Uncanny Buddy and HP Loopcraft are nose to tail for third place. Maya just climbed one spot to 8. Looks like Naibi and Maya are about to have a serious showdown for 8. Liam is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Luke's Ravenous has moved into 5th, also up one spot. Your Instinct is now 6th, making a similar move. Maya is now 7th, climbing up one spot. Naiba and Uncanny Buddy are nose to nose for 8th place. Pancakis has also gained one position, now in 10th. Beyond Food Arc Souls is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its balanced handling. Their race looks like a quiet cruise in the back, probably saving fuel or just enjoying the scenery. Liam is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Pancakis is holding a slight edge over La Croissant 1980. But with only one lap left, it's anyone's game. La Croissant 1980 could still make a move if he's feeling brave. Togonet DTV is driving a Lola T9500, same as the leader. Looks like they're holding steady in second, but their fastest lap is a bit behind the leader's pace. Imogen Tempest is leading in her Lola T9500 with the fastest lap of the race. She's holding a solid gap at the front, showing she's got the pace and control. Looks like she's in command so far. Naho Chaos is stuck in the back with a Penske PC-23 and a lap time way off the pace. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. HP Lootcraft is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 4 places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. The track's favoring the faster lap times of the Lola drivers, but the Penske cars are holding their own. So it's a mix of speed and strategy. Beyond for Dark Souls is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its balanced handling. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time. HP Lootcraft is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 4 places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. Well, look at that. Imogen Tempest has taken the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic victory for Imogen Tempest. Congratulations on that awesome win. They really drove like they had a secret rocket strapped to their car. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since Highlands typically features many twists and turns, a car that can stick to the road and respond quickly to the driver's inputs would be essential. Speed is great, but if the car can't handle tight corners without sliding all over the place, it won't be winning any races. So, a balanced combination of steering responsiveness and stability would be my top priority here. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to make those decisions, or forever hold your peace. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Oh wow, 2 iconic race cars going head-to-head on Highlands. This is going to be interesting. The Mazda 787B is a classic with a rotary engine, known for its unique sound and incredible endurance. The Mercedes-Benz C11, on the other hand, is a formidable Group C machine, with great aerodynamics and power. Given the track and car specs, I'd say the Mercedes might have a slight edge in raw speed and handling, especially on a circuit like Highlands. But don't count out the Mazda's reliability and unique character. It's going to be a close one, but I'd put my chips on the Mercedes-Benz C11 winning this race. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Highlands, and leading the pack is X Ragnarok's in the classic 1991 Nissan R91 CP. Starting from pole position, buckle up, this one's already looking interesting. X Ragnarok's has shot off into the lead. Amy is holding second place, and I'm right behind her in third. Looks like a close battle forming early on. X Ragnarok's is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. Chosen's Coast and Miko Broadcast are nose to tail for fourth place. Anonymous Trinity 3 is just ahead of Strutting Jaw, but not by much. Chosen's Coast and Miko Broadcast are neck and neck for fourth place. Amundsen and Chosen's Coast are also fighting hard for fifth. X-Days X-Witch and Yes 996 are locked in a close battle for 12th. Strutting Jaw is climbing up to 6th place. Amundsen and Strutting Jaw are nose to tail for 6th. Anonymous Nina T3 and Amundsen are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Amundsen and Strutting Jaw are nose to nose for 6th place. X-Days X-Witch just snuck into the top 10 now. Ren Kaori is climbing 2 spots to 13th. Anonymous Nina T3 is now 7th and closing in on the top 6. Anonymous Nina T3 and Strutting Jaw are nose to tail for 6th place. Bilias has gained 1 spot and is now 14th. Strutting Jaw and Chosen's Coast are nose to tail for 5th place. X-Days X-Witch is chipping away at Necrophantasm's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Evenserogai is climbing up to 14th place, making moves. Necrophantasm is dropping like a stone to 16th place. X-Days X-Witch is climbing to 9th. Exoasis is also moving up to 10th. Amundsen and Anonymous Nina D3 are neck and neck for 7th place. Swell-placed V is climbing up to 16th. Looks like the race is heating up. Miko Broadcast is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya is closing in fast, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Chosen's Coast is making a move up to 4th. Anonymous Nina T3 is having a rough time dropping to 15. Strutting Jaw is climbing up to 6th place. X-Days X-Witch is making a move to 8th. XOSS is closing in on a SpaceX switch with a 1.6 second gap. Doi Ren Kaori has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Swell-placed V is also climbing 1 spot to 15th. Billy is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 10. Swell-placed V is catching up fast, overtaking 3 to reach 12. Amundsen and Strutting Jaw are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Amundsen just sneaked into 6th place. Anonymous Nina T3 is chopping down the gap to DJ Magacut by 1.7 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Strutting Jaw and Amundsen are nose to tail for 6th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is chipping away at DJ Magakat's lead, closing in by a second and a third. Amy and Amundsen are nose to tail for 5th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 just gained a spot to 13. Yasmin 196 is chopping down the gap to XOSS by over a second and a half. Anonymous Ninity 3 is gaining fast on swell-placed V, closing the gap by 7.8 seconds. Amundsen and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. This is getting interesting. Amy and Chosen's Coast are nose to tail for 4th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is chipping away at swell-placed EV, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Chosen's Coast just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya and Chosen's Coast are nose to tail for that spot. Strutting Jarl is inching closer to Amundsen, cutting the gap by a second and a third. They're in a close fight for 6th. Chosen's Coast is just ahead of Mikkel Broadcast, pulling a small gap. Amundsen and Amy are nose to tail. No room for mistakes. Wow, Ragnarok, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Ragnarok really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on taking the top spot in this race. That was an impressive performance, I must say. Looks like all that practice paid off. Here's a fun fact for you. From 2010 onwards, street cars in racing classes started becoming more like their real-world counterparts with advanced technology and flashy designs. They started incorporating turbochargers, hybrid systems, and even all-wheel drive to gain that extra edge. So, essentially, the race cars became a high-tech playground that might just make a regular car owner envy their speed and tech. Who knew your daily ride could get so much faster and more futuristic just with a little racing spirit? Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to jump in before the race starts. Don't make me pick for you. I might choose the slowest one just to mess with you. Hurry up and make your selection. Hey Jackie 25,123. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed AI racing action. Hope you're ready to see these cars battle it out on the track. Alright folks, we've got Jackie 25,123 in a sleek 2016 BMW i8 versus Pace CRR in a 2016 Porsche 718. Cayman S now. The BMW i8 is a hybrid with some impressive tech, but let's be real. The Cayman is a purebred sports car with a reputation for handling like it's glued to the road. On the tight, twisty streets of Monaco, agility and precision are king. So, I'd say the Porsche has the edge here, especially given that classic Porsche control and balance. But hey, the BMW could surprise us with some futuristic flair if it gets the boost right. Jill, I'm putting my chips on the Porsche for a win today. Alright folks, Sufik is on pole in the 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissan model. Looks like we've got a sharp contender right out of the gate at Monaco. Things are about to get interesting. Sufik has shot off the line to take the lead. The Betty White show is holding strong in second place. I am holding my position in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Pace CAR and Jackie 25,123 are nose to tail for 6th place. Bokgamoning and Platigami are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Wrestling 567 is climbing up one spot to 11. Maya is dropping back to 11th place. The Betty White show is climbing to 1st. Yumchubby Panda is advancing to 3rd. Yumchubby Panda is chipping away at Sufik's lead, closing in by 1/4 seconds. KT61 is climbing up to 11th place, leaving someone behind. Aisley is also making moves now, 12th, gaining ground. Maya is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 13 cars. Amy is right behind, also climbing fast, and now in 2nd. The Betty White show and Amy are nose to tail, battling fiercely for 2nd. The Betty White show is now in first place. Sufik has climbed to third. Platigami is gaining on Wrestling 567, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Sufik is now in second place, climbing one spot. Yam Chubby Panda has moved up 2 spots into third. Mafia Mavi also gained 2 spots, now in fourth. Yam Chubby Panda is closing in on Sufik, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Jakyun Million, 25,123, is gaining on Mafia Mavi, closing by 1.1 seconds. That's a tight fight for fourth place. Maya is holding steady in third place. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Papa KC. Yam Chubby Panda is gaining on Sufik, inching closer. Jakyun Million 25,123 has climbed 1 spot to fourth. Yam Chubby Panda is chipping away at Sufik's lead, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Pace CRR is gaining ground on H2 Hove, narrowing it by 2/4 seconds. Lady Gami is climbing up the order, moving up 1 spot to 9th place. Lady Gami is climbing up to 8th place. Papa Katsi is gaining on Edsley, closing the gap by just over a second. Wrestling 567 is climbing to 9th place, and Taita 61 is sneaking into 10th. Looks like they're both feeling competitive today. Taita 61 is driving a 2015 Ford Mustang GT, known for its muscle car power and aggressive styling. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. So it looks like they're battling to move up. Taita 61 is climbing to 10th place. Aisley is now in 11th. Papa Katsi has moved into 12th. Looks like they're all playing the game of musical chairs. Lady Gami is closing in on Pace CAR, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 13. Maya has also moved up 1 spot to 14. Sufik is closing in on the Betty White show, cutting the gap by 1/3 seconds. Lady Gami is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Mafia Mavi is driving a 2009 Holden Commodore GTS. Looks like their race is a bit off the pace with the slowest lap so far. Sufik is gaining on the Betty White show. Platigami and H2 Hova are still neck and neck for 6th place. Amy is closing the gap on Papa KC quickly. Jackie Million 25,123 is closing in on Yam Chubby Panda, the gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Attitude Hova and Mafia Mavi are locked in a fierce duel for 5th place. Vodka Mooning is gaining on Maya, closing the distance by 2:30 seconds. Congratulations to the Betty White show on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done! Wow! The Betty White show took the victory. Big congratulations to them. That's some impressive driving from the AI. As for Jackion25,123, you've earned yourself a sleek 2016 BMW IA. Time to get ready to claim your modern streetcar. Sure thing. Did you know that during the 1970s, streetcars racing was all about turning everyday cars into racing machines? People were pretty inventive, often modifying their vehicles with makeshift parts to squeeze out extra speed. It's like the ultimate DIY project with a dash of danger thrown in for good measure. Plus, back then, safety gear was pretty much optional, making those races quite the adrenaline rush. Alright everyone, last call. Make your pick now or forever hold your peace. We're about to set these virtual beasts loose on the track. Don't miss out on your chance to see who dominates the race. Wow, that's quite the vintage showdown. The Nissan Fairlady Z432 from 1970 is known for its power and classic style. But the Porsche 912 from 1968 is all about balance and agility. Given that Feldbergring has twists and turns, I'm leaning toward Rummy Fizz 13. The Porsche's lighter weight and handling might give it the edge over the more powerful but potentially less nimble Nissan. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and the car's personality could surprise us all. Let's see which one outsmarts the other on this classic track. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Feldbergring, and leading the pack is Lynn Lilac in a classic 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z432. Looks like the vintage beauty is setting the pace. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Lynn Lilac has shot off the line to take the lead. Rummy Fizz 13 is holding strong in second place, and Papa Casey is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Papa Casey is climbing up to second place. Lynn Lilac and Papa Casey are nose to nose for the lead. Rummy Fizz 13 and Papa Casey are also fighting hard for second. Calican Bunny just moved up one spot to 8th place. Celestia Linari and Calican Bunny are nose to tail for 8. Chris Gopher and Celestia Linari are battling for 9. Papa Cassie is closing in on Lin Lilac, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Vagrant Enchanter has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Geogina Miracles is also climbing one spot to sit in 6th. Vagrant Enchanter is climbing up to 3rd place. Indus Platinum is making a move to 20. Vagrant Enchanter is gaining on Papa KC and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Yara Special is catching up to Chuzin's Coast, narrowing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Vagrant Enchanter is closing in on Papa KC, chipping away at the gap by 2.7 seconds. Geoguina Miracles just climbed 2 spots to take 4th place. Rumia Fist 13 and Geogina Miracles are nose to tail fighting for that 4th position. Crystal 33 is on a roll, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ren Kaori is also making moves, grabbing the 11th spot with 3 overtakes. Geoguna Miracles is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Things are heating up. Vagrant Enchanter is now in 2nd place. Geogina Miracles is chipping away at Papa Casey's lead, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Chris Gopher has moved up to 6th place. Geogina Miracles is closing in on Papa KC, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Thatsmar is climbing up to 10th place. Thatsmar and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Vagrant Enchanter and Lin Lilac are still neck and neck at the front. Calican Bunny is closing in on Geogina Miracles, chipping away at the gap. Thatsmar just gained a spot and is now 9th, climbing up the ranks. Vagrant Enchanter takes the lead, holding on to 1st place. Calican Bunny climbs 2 spots, now in 3rd. Papa Casey and Calican Bunny are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Rumi Fist 13 and Crystal 33 are neck and neck for 7th place. Ren Kaori just gained 1 spot to 10. Vargala Set is chipping away at Betsmar, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Amy just made a quick move to 16th place. Alan 656 is closing in on Ramia Fizz 13, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Vargala Svet is climbing up to 11th place. Calican Bunny just sneaked into 2nd place. Ren Kaori is chipping away at Alan 656, closing the gap by a 2nd. Things are heating up. Geogina Miracles is now in 4th place. Vargala Svet has climbed to 10th. Wanabakito is in 14th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Well, look at that. Vagrant Tenter took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow! The Gruntenchanter really pulled off an incredible victory. Congrats to them for dominating the race. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak in the next round. Actually, the 1967 McLaren M5A is a bit of a racing legend because it was one of the early Formula One cars built by McLaren. It might not have dominated the circuits, but it marked the start of what would become a legendary racing team. Fun fact is, it was powered by a BRM V12 engine, which is quite the powerhouse for a car from that era, making it a true beast on the track. It's like the humble beginnings of what would later turn into a giant in racing history. Oh wow! What a classic showdown we have here. The Eagle Mark I T1G versus the McLaren M5A. Both from 1967, but I have to say they probably handle very differently. The Eagle's known for its straight-line speed and stability, while the McLaren might surprise us with its agility and perhaps better cornering. But honestly, with these vintage beauties, it's more about the style and sound than raw speed. I'd give the edge to Mr. Rush on this one, just because the Eagle has that legendary reputation for power. But don't count out Story Forge. It's going to be a close race, so I guess we'll see if classic engineering still has what it takes to dominate the modern AI racers. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Knock Hill. Amy's starting on pole position, driving a classic 1967 Eagle Mark I T 1G. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the AI has other plans. Amy is leading the race right now, followed by Drew Falls in second and Gary Seventon in third. The pack is still close, so expect some early action. Drew Falls and Amy are nose to nose for the lead. Schoolbus Rust FD gained a spot and is now in fifth. Pumpkin Offglory and Schoolbus Rust FDV are trading paint for fifth place. Gary 710 just overtook someone to take second place. Bayouard is closing in on the top 5. Maya and Mr. Rush are neck and neck for 14th. Unstable just overtook someone to grab third place. Its Therapair is inching closer to 12th, and Lirocell is right on their tail in that battle. Things are heating up for those middle positions. Beulot is driving a BRMP-83, a classic F1 car known for its distinctive design and powerful V12 engine. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Henfatig and Pumpkin of Glory are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Dayfactor is making a move, climbing up to 16. Gary 710 and Unstable are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Storyforge just gained a spot to move into 16th. Dayfactor and Storyforge are fighting hard for the 16th spot. Unstable is climbing up to 2nd place now. Gary 17 is right behind, and they're battling hard for that 2nd spot. Gary 710 is really having a tough time, dropping to 18th place. Drew False just gained 1 spot to sit comfortably in 3rd. Schoolbus Rustiv V also moved up 1 spot to take 4th. Henfatig and Pumpkin of Glory are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Dayfactor and Storyforge are locked in a close fight for 15. Zotsfied is driving a BRMP-83, which is known for its classic design and decent power. Their race seems steady, sitting in the top 10, but they're a bit behind the leaders, and might need a boost to catch up. Storyforge is driving a McLaren M5A, and is currently in the last place. Their fastest lap is just shy of 1.5 minutes, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Gary 17 is driving an Eagle Mark 1T1G, which is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're making a strong comeback after starting in 3rd, and their fastest lap is quite competitive. Unstable is leading with the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace, but better watch out for Maya closing in. Mr. Rush is driving an Eagle Mark 1T1G, starting in 15th place. Their lap time is decent, but not enough to climb higher yet. Looks like a steady race so far. Wow, Amy winning again? Are you sure you're not secretly a racing robot? Congrats on the victory! Wow! Amy really took the checkered flag. Great job to Amy. That was a fantastic race. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills. Can't wait to see what they do next. Here's a fun fact about the 1923 Delage Chevy. This car was known for its incredible engineering and was considered a racing marvel of its time. Interestingly, it was so advanced that some of its design elements, like its lightweight construction and superb aerodynamics, are still admired by car enthusiasts today. Think of it as the vintage superhero of race cars, ahead of its era, and still making modern cars jealous. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to get those choices in. Don't miss out on the thrill of seeing who will dominate the race. Hurry up before it's too late. Wow, we're taking it back to the roaring 20s for this race, huh? Naibe in the classic Mercedes-Benz SSK versus Kuifo in the Delage 2 LCV. Sounds like a vintage showdown. But let's be real, these cars might be more about style than speed. The Mercedes-Benz SK is a beast for its time, known for its power and handling. But it's not exactly built for the high-tech circuits of today. The Delage 2 LCV, on the other hand, has charm and history, but I doubt it's got the modern edge needed for winning this race. I'd have to give a slight edge to Naibe in the Mercedes-Benz just because of its reputation for raw power. Still, it's all about the IE skill, not just the vintage vibe. This should be a fun and hilarious throwback either way. Who do you think will cross that imaginary finish line first? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Diriyah Epri track. Conomality, on pole with that shiny 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix, looks ready to make some vintage racing history. Buckle up, it's going to be a fun ride. Connor Malady has shot off to the front, leading the pack. Guillaume Clayuchot is holding strong in second place. Nico Brocaste is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Imogen Tempus is climbing nicely to fourth place. Flaming Buddha and Darigos are still neck and neck for fifth. Naibe is inching up to seventh. Nico Brocaste is climbing up to second place. Nico Brocaste and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for the lead. Zero Team Alive is gaining ground and is now in 8th place. Imogen Tempus just snuck into 3rd place, leaving Thion Clayuchot in a tight fight for that spot. Flaming Buddha is closing in on Darigos, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Looks like things are heating up behind the leaders. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 5th place. Darigos and Flaming Buddha are nose to nose for 5th. Crandilife is chipping away at Chubby Boy RJ's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Darigos is now in 5th place, making a nice little climb. Naibe is closing the gap on Donjas on 3, cutting it down by a full second. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Jordan F is really closing in on Naibi. Just a second and a bit behind now. Buchitsero is climbing up the field, taking the 15th spot. Imogen Tempest is really pushing to catch Mikkel Broadcast now. Chubby Boy RJ just sneaked into the top 15, climbing one spot. Imogen Tempest is driving a 1931 Bugatti Type 51, currently in third place. Their race looks steady, but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Darigos is now just a blink behind Thoyon Cleosho. Dongatson 3 is hot on Zero Time Alive's tail. Jordan F has climbed 2 spots and is now in 10th place. Dongatson 3 just sneaked into 8th place. Jordan F is chipping away at Zero Time Liai, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. The Uncle Ju shows gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Kufo is inching closer to Blaming Buddha, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Dongatson 3 is catching up to Kuefo, closing the gap by 130 seconds. The Uncle Yu show is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. Dongatson 3 is also making moves, inching closer to Kuefo. Imogen Tempest is really closing the gap on Mikkel Broadcast. Jordan F just snuck into the top 10, and Chubby Boy RJ is climbing right behind. Things are heating up. Imogen Tempest is closing in on Mikkel Broadcast, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Jordan F is climbing up to 8th place. Chubby Boy RJ is also moving up to 9th. Kufo is climbing up to 6th place. Buchitsero is narrowing the gap to Naibi by 2 seconds. Zero Timilive is driving a 1922 Roland Pilin, a 22. Their race looks pretty quiet so far with no lap times recorded and sitting in the 7th position. Blaming Buddha is racing a 1937 Maserati 6CM and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than Imogen Tempest. Looks like they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. The Grand Prix 1920 cars seem to be holding their own on this track, with the top 3 all from that class. The older cars are still competitive, but the newer models like the Mercedes-Benz SK and Maserati 6CM are showing some pace. The track favors the more balanced cars, but the older ones aren't giving up easily. Mikkel Broadcast is now in 1st place. Dan Clay Show has moved up to 3rd. Blaming Buddha is climbing to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Connor Malady and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to tail at the front. Dayon Kloya Show is chipping away, now just 1.6 seconds behind Connor Malady. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up, now in 8th place after overtaking someone. Blaming Buddha is making a move, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Imogen Tempus is climbing up to third place. Darigos is also on the rise, now in fourth after gaining 2 spots. Kufo is gaining on Theoncli Joasho, closing the gap by almost 13 seconds. Imogen Tempus has climbed to second place. Chubby Boy RJ is chipping away at Quefo, narrowing the distance by 4 seconds. Donner Sonthari is stuck with a 1923 Deluxe 2 LCV, which is not exactly a speed demon today. Their race seems to be a non-starter with a lap time of 99.99. Probably just a placeholder or a technical glitch. Theonclejusho is now just a few car lengths behind Darigos. Bujitsero is gaining ground on Lil Sprout. Amy is inching closer to Jordan F. Looks like everyone's got a target in sight. Darigos is now in third place. Bujitsero is gaining on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Dondritsana 3 is also making a move on Zero Time Alive, cutting the distance by the same amount. Wow! Miguel Brocast just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well done! Wow! Nico Brocast really pulled out all the stops and took the win. Congratulations! That was an impressive display of driving skills. Or maybe just really good AI programming. Either way, you earned it! Sure thing! Did you know that the Monza Vintage Road Track is famous for its incredible history and the way it makes you feel like you're racing through a living museum? It's like blending high-speed thrill with a dash of nostalgia. The track's classic layout has been a favorite for vintage car lovers and fans of racing history for decades. It's almost like the cars are whispering stories of racing legends from years gone by while they zoom past. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your picks before the countdown hits 0, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The BRMP 261 from 1965 versus the Ferrari 158 from 1964. Both are legendary in their own right, but very different beasts. The BRM has that classic British charm and might handle the twists and turns with more grace, while the Ferrari is known for its speed and aggressive driving style. Given the Monza vintage road setting, where speed on the straights is crucial, I'd probably lean toward the Ferrari 158. It's lighter, more aerodynamic, and was built for raw speed. But don't count out the BRM just yet. It could surprise us with its handling. Overall, I'd say the Ferrari has a slight edge here, but hey, in racing, anything can happen. Let's see which vintage marvel crosses that finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is off at Monza Vintage Road. Maya's in the lead, starting on pole with that classic 1962 Lola Mach 4 Climax. Let's see if she can hold on to that first place, or if the competition catches up. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. Official Classe Live is holding strong in second, with Frogsworth right behind in third. The race is already heating up at the front. Official Classe Live is now in first place. Frogsworth and Trifaninti 3 are battling hard for third. Frogsworth just made a move on Trifaninti 3. Trifaninti 3 is fighting back, trying to hold on to third. Drivone, 192 gex, and Frogsworth are nose to tail for fourth place. Chaotic Weirdo and Navlin are locked in a close fight for 14th. Velocitor 14 is climbing 2 spots to 16. Dre 192 gex is climbing up to 4th place. Gulukacho is also making moves. Now, in 11th, Amy and Cthulhukachu are nose-to-nose for 11th. Frogsworth and Drewon, 192 gex, are neck and neck for 4th place. Vargala Svet and Frogsworth are also battling for 5th. The Heber 7 is closing in on Vargala Svet, shrinking the gap by a whole 1.2 seconds. Frogsworth is climbing up to 4th place. The Heber 7 has moved up to 6th. Deha 7 and Dre 192 gex are nose-to-nose for 5th place. The Heber 7 and Dre 192 gex are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Dacorn just gained 1 spot to 7th. Kuluhukachu is also climbing, moving up to 8th. Lotusos is driving a Honda RAR, a 272, which is known for its innovative design and lightweight construction. They are currently in the 13th position, trying to make moves but haven't quite found the pace yet. Frogsworth is driving a Lotus 25 from 1962. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Trifanonity 3 is really closing in on Maya, just 2 seconds behind. Dacorn has climbed up to 6th place. Basidnitsaratwu has moved into 10th position. Trifanonity 3 just grabbed 2nd place, closing the gap. 13. Lotusos and Amy are nose to tail for 12. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Navling is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7, a car known for its agility and lightweight design. Navling is currently in 17th place, so the race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them so far. Bacon and Drew are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Bazit Nagtsawu and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Lotusos is climbing 2 spots to 11. Baycorn just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Baycorn and Frogsworth are nose-to-nose for 4th. 3192-2X and Baycorn are also fighting hard for 5th. Basit-Nizartvo is closing in on the Hyper 7, cutting the gap by a full second. Yaxindabox is right behind Vargalasvet, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Navling and the chaotic Weirdo are locked in a fierce scrap for 15th place. Baycorn and Frogsworth are neck and neck for 4th place. Cthulhu Kachu and Base Nizar 2 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Vasinizarthu is climbing up to 7th place. Below Sitor 14 and Amy are nose to tail for 13. Velocita 14 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Dre192 Gex is inching forward to 5th. Dre192 Gex and Frogsworth are nose to tail fighting for 4th. Dre192 Gex just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Frogsworth and Dre192 Gex are nose-to-nose for that spot. Baycorn and Frogsworth are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Basinus Artru is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Frogsworth and Basinus Artru are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Pulukachu is inching up to 8th. Velocitor 14 is driving a Honda R, a 272, known for its innovative V12 engine and lightweight design. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady with a decent lap time, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Bacon and Frogsworth are nose to tail for 6th place. Kulukachu and the Hyper 7 are swapping positions for 8th. Lotusos and Cthulhu Kachu are fighting hard for 9. Well, look at that. Official Classy Live just took the checkered flag. Guess they were saving the best for last. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Official Class Alive really showed everyone what they're made of. Big congratulations to them for taking the victory. That was an impressive drive, definitely the kind of performance that makes you sit back and say, yep, they earned it. Great job out there! Sure. The 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ was one of the most iconic racing cars of its time, known for its lightweight design and aerodynamic shape. A fun fact is that it was originally built for racing in the touring car category, and was so successful that only about 112 were made. Imagine having a car so rare that it's basically a unicorn in the racing world. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream racing machine yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't make me call out the last-minute contenders. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, looking at the cars, Slipslidating's 1965 Toyota 2000 GT is definitely the more powerful and aerodynamic choice. So I'd say they have the edge here. That classic sports car is built for speed and sleek handling. On the other hand, Basnazardu's 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S is quirky and fun, but probably not as fast on a track like Misano. I'd put my bet on Slipsliday Gaming to take the win. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Misano with the vintage crowd leading the pack. Super Siggy is starting on pole with a classic 1951 Ferrari 212 Export Die. Let's see how these old timers hold up against the new speed demons. Super Siggy is leading the race, Tug on It DTV is in second place, and Feskis is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Basiness Artwu is making a bold move up to 9th place. Feskis has climbed to 2nd place. Alexial X Ik is now 8th. The battle between Alexachelchetnethi and Kingred for 7th is heating up. Tugonit DTV is now in 2nd place. Bazinizar 2 and LXHAX are neck and neck for 8. Slipinslida Gaming is climbing to 13. Feskis and Tug on It TTV are neck and neck for 2nd place. Indigo Patey and Feskis are also battling hard for 3rd. Spikos just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Indigo Payday just climbed 2 spots to 2nd place. Wayne Bretsky and Marcus are still locked in that close fight for 16. Eddie Leave is inching up one spot to 18. Kingrich just gained one position and is now 6th place. 5 Snow Guy and Kingret are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Indigo Pate is gaining on Super Siggy, closing the gap by a second and a half. Ivensurogai has moved up one spot to sit in 6th place. Kingrut and Fivensurogai are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. LXANX Nati is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Ivensurogai and LXHAXED are nose to nose for 6th. Spikles is making a move, now in 9th. Pace CARR just overtook someone to grab the 10th place. Now Pace CAR and Spikles are nose to nose for 9th. Dysonis Art View and Pace CAR still locked in a close fight for 10th. Alexaxanity is climbing nicely to 5th place. Pace CAR is now in 9th. And Maya is making her way to 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Blanky Frankie just overtook Eddie Levev and is now in 16th place. They're still neck and neck for that spot. LXLXJX Nati is climbing up to 4th place. Tugonet DTV and LXCHLX Nayed are neck and neck for that spot. Maya just moved into 10th, so not too shabby. Indigo Pete is now in 1st place. KCRR has moved up to 8th. Spikles is in 10th. The race is heating up. Pace CRR is climbing nicely to 7th place. The fight between Pace CRR and Shoot 'em Up for 6th is heating up. Blanky Frankie is making moves, climbing 2 spots to 15. Blanky Frankie and Connor Malady are nose to nose for 14. Pace CRR is climbing nicely to 6th place. Blanky Frankie is making a move to 13. Amy is also advancing to 15. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Slipneysley Gaming and Wayne Bretsky are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Mina My Style at 21 is inching forward, now in 23rd. Mirmawida and My Name Style at 21 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Pace CAR is climbing up to 5th place. Spikles is now 9th. Flanky Frankie has moved up to 12th. Looks like Flanky Frankie and Maya are neck and neck for 11th. Blanky Frankie advances to 11th place. Based Night Wu climbs to 15th place. Amy and Based Night's Art Wu are nose to nose for 15. PCIR is really closing in on LXHLX Nati, less than a second now. Spikles and Favincerogai are neck and neck for 8th place. Amy just sneaked into 15th. Maybe she's got a secret weapon. Spikes is climbing up to 8th place. Blanky Frankie is closing in on the top 10, now in 9th. Connor Mality is making a move to 13th. Pace CIR is really closing the gap on LXHLXNT. Just 1.7 seconds now. Blanky Frankie and Spikeballs are nose to tail for 8th place. The next are Wu and Wayne Gretzky are locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Congratulations, Indigopate. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Indigo Peter really showed off their skills today. Congratulations! I guess all those practice laps finally paid off. They definitely earned that win. Great driving! Sure thing. Did you know that the A-list track is famous for its twists and turns that make even the most confident drivers do a double take? It's like the roller coaster of race tracks where every lap feels like a new adventure. Perfect place for the AI to show off its skills or, you know, occasionally take a little unexpected detour. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks before the clock runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI has chosen for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, what a matchup! The 1999 Lotus Esprit GT. One is known for being sleek and agile. Definitely a fan favorite for some quick maneuvers. On the other hand, the 1995 Chevrolet Camaro IMSA has that classic muscle car vibe, probably packing a lot of raw power. If I had to make a call, I'd say the Lotus might have the edge in agility and cornering, but the Camaro's raw strength could surprise us on the straightaways. It's a tough choice, but I'm leaning toward the Lotus Esprit for a stylish win. We'll see if the Camaro can muscle its way to victory though. Alright folks, Race just kicked off at Alice Track. Tyler Drums 31 is leading the pack on pole with a classic 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Tyler Drums 31 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Pshero Gomisak in second, and Wanga Tang Savan, 272, holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Pshero Gomisak is now in first place. Balsamic Finvo, N83, and Wanga Tang 7272 are still neck and neck for third. Ed Leave has climbed to seventh. Kufo is on the move, climbing to ninth place after overtaking 3 cars. Ikar 77 is making a strong push, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 10. Its Saror is also advancing, overtaking 4 cars to reach 13. Blaming Buddha just overtook someone to grab the 9th place. Amy is closing in on the 12th spot. Swell Place TV and Sirar are nose to nose for the 14th position. Wanga Tangsivan 272 is closing in on Tyler Drums 31, chopping the gap by 1.6 seconds. Blaming Buddha is climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to 12th. Detoxins is on a roll, climbing through the field like it's nothing, now leading the race. Ikar 77 is having a tough time, dropping 11 spots and now sitting near the back. Cherogamaza and Detoxins are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Ikar 77 is on a tear, overtaking 21 cars to take the lead. Cherogamaza and Ikar 77 are nose to nose fighting for the top spot. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Crystal 33, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Cherogamaza just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Tyler Drums 31 is right behind him in second. Wanga Tang 7, 272, is climbing up to third. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya and Airtech are neck and neck for 5th place. Crystal 33 is climbing to 7th. Amy is now in 10th and gaining ground. Blaming Buddha is gaining on Idili, closing the gap to just 1.5 seconds. Detoxness is making a move on Lotusos, inching closer by over 1 second. Tyler Drums 31 and Perogamiza are neck and neck for 1st place. Detoxins is closing in on Lotusos, cutting the gap by just over 1 second. Kufo is driving a Peugeot 405 from 1993 in the BTC class Stadistia. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have some room to move up. Tyler Drums 31 just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Wanga Tangseven 272 is inching closer to Psherogamirzak, but still has some ground to make up. Lotusos and LXEIX at Desenitier are nose to nose for 20th place. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Blaming Buddha is gaining on Edilif, closing the gap by 1 second. Lotusos has moved up 1 spot to 20. Detoxins is closing in on Alexei Exichetnesi, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Sherugamerasa just overtook someone to take the lead. Tylodrums 31 and Zach are now nose-to-nose for first place. Lotusos and Franquerity are still locked in a close fight for 19. Tylodrums 31 is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Detoxins is gaining ground on Elikacheexetili, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Gary 710 is racing a Peugeot 405 from 1993. He's currently in the 13th place, and his lap times are not available, so it looks like he's struggling to keep up. Lotusos is climbing up to 18th place now. Franquerity and Lotusos are still neck and neck for the 19th spot. Detoxins is gaining on Elexetinia, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. GTO cars are dominating the front with consistent lap times, while the BTC class is more spread out and slower overall. The track seems to favor the GTO's power and speed. Edialiga just gained a spot and is now in 7th place. Detoxins is closing in on Elikecheliketsnihi, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Nedzerup Starks is trying to hold off Jaydan Byrne, who's creeping closer. Blaming Buddha better watch out as Amy is closing in fast. Kufo is gaining on Amy, fast enough to make her wonder if she should start looking in her rear view. Detoxins just sneaked into the 22nd spot, probably feeling pretty proud of that move. Wow, Tylodrums 31, you really sped past everyone. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Tyler Drums 31 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! Looks like they've got the magic touch when it comes to these AI races. I guess all those drum beats must be good luck on the track. Sure! The 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR Race 33 LM is a pretty rare Gemini. Fun fact, only a handful of these were built for racing, and they came with a special engine and aerodynamics package that made them incredibly fast on the track. Basically, it's like the car version of a secret weapon, rare but deadly when it hits full throttle. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so make your choice or forever hold your peace in the pit lane. Let's see which AI wonder is going to dominate this race. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Dor Rogue with a 1994 Bugatti EB110LM. That's a super sleek, iconic car, known for its speed and style. On the other side, Yesin 196 is driving a 1996 Toyota Sardan C8R, which is pretty unique in itself. Considering the car choices, the Bugatti is more focused on luxury and performance with a bit of history behind it. The Toyota, being a racing version, probably has a slight edge in raw speed and racing pedigree. Honestly, if this were purely about raw power and racing credentials, I'd lean toward the Toyota. But hey, the vintage vibe of the Bugatti might just surprise us. Who do you think will cross the finish line first? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Aintree Vintage Track with That Salty Serena leading in a classic 1993 Jaguar XJ 220L. She's got the pole position and is looking sharp. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. That Salty Serena has shot off the line to lead the race. I am holding second place, trying not to get too salty about it. Chimagi Cat is in third, hanging on tight. The pack is already closing in. Risnapalm 6 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Chimagi Cat is on fire, jumping 2 spots to lead the race. Bathriline is also climbing, moving 2 spots to 3rd. Shotuti is making a bold move up to 9th place. That Salty Serena is dropping back, now 10th. Idealive is also climbing, now 11th after overtaking 3 cars. Idealive just climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Shikomaru also moved up 1 spot to 11th. Akanona is closing in on That Salty Serena, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Amy's really closing the gap on VD39 now. They're almost nose to nose for 6th place. That's Altis Arena just gained a spot and is now 11th. Door Rogue is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. That's Altis Arena is closing in on EDLF, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. They are locked in a tight fight for the 10th position. That's Altis Arena just overtook Rusnapalm 6. And now they are neck and neck for 8th place. Maya is now in 1st place, climbing up 1 spot. Dora Rogue has also moved up 1 spot to 2nd. Bethrelina is right behind, taking 3rd after her move. The top 3 are now tightly packed. That's Altis Arena is closing in on Rusnapalm 6 quickly now. Zero Relia just jumped 2 spots and is eyeing Palivan. Shikomaru and Sirorelia are nose to tail for that 11th place. Shikomaru was making a move, now 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rusnapalm 6 is closing in on VD39, fast, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Shoto Todoroki 39 has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Sirorelia just climbed to 10th place. That's Altis Arena and Ediliv are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like Serena is trying to hold her ground. That's Altis Arena just sneaked into the top 10, probably feeling pretty salty about it. Dijmagishat is inching closer to Maldox FCF, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Rusnapalm 6 is really closing the gap on VD39 now. That's Altis Arena just moved up to 9th place. Akanoana is making moves up to 12th. Bethrelina is now just a second behind Doro. That's Altis Arena is hot on Shotodo Doroke 39's tail. Tmagishat is gaining ground on Idyelev, closing the gap rapidly. That's Altis Arena is now in 8th place. Jagishat is really closing in on Idyelev, cutting the gap by a solid 2.5 seconds. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing to 8th place. Shikomaru is closing in on the Altis Arena, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. The battle for 9th place is heating up with those two. Yesnin 196 and Bethrelina are neck and neck for 3rd place. Rusnapalm 6 just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Shoto Todoroki 39 is closing the gap on VD39 by about 1.5 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, what an incredible achievement for Maya Dotadite, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is quite the triple crown. Seriously impressive, congratulations. And for those wondering about the car, Maya has secured the 1996 Toyota Sard MCAR, the Retro GT 500. It's a pretty legendary ride to claim after such a dominant performance. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Hidden Valley Raceway circuit, I would go with the 2020 Ferrari 488 Pista. Its combination of aerodynamics, power, and agility makes it a real contender on twisty tracks. Plus, it's got that Italian flair that just screams race winner. But hey, don't count out the Ford GT or Lamborghini Huracan Performante. Either, those guys are fast, and could definitely give it a run for its money. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI race to the finish line. Get those selections in before the countdown ends. Well, both of these cars have quite the pedigree. But if we're talking about a race at Hidden Valley Raceway, I'd probably give a slight edge to Zasacher in the 2012 Rossi TR3. That car is known for its sharp handling agility, which can be crucial on a track like this. Takedo Kibri's Maserati MC12 is a beast on straightaways and has incredible power. But if the track has tight corners or technical sections, the rough's nimbleness might just give it the upper hand. Honestly, it's going to be a close call, but I'd lean towards Zasacher pulling ahead in the end. Who do you think has the best shot? Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Hidden Valley Raceway. Leading the pack is Chubby Panda in a 26 TVR Sagaris. Sagaris.toy. Wonder if that classic British beast can hold on to that top spot. Starting grid is set with Chubby Panda leading, followed by Amy in second, and Spear Like Hail in third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Marty Freeze is right behind, also up 3 spots to 7. Scrooge Champ is making a move as well, now in 9th after passing 3 more cars. Lehi Per 7 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Marty Freeze has also gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. Amy and Marty Freeze are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Eliciton, 1095, and Screwchamp are nose to nose for 8th place. Skeksis Beau Prey is climbing to 11. Maya is holding steady in 6th. Mina My Style at 21, and Yam Chubby Panda are nose to nose for the lead. Spearlike just snuck into 3rd place. And now, Hyper 7 is trying to muscle in on that spot too. Things are getting spicy up front. Mina My Style at 21 just overtook for the lead. Spearlike is right behind in 2nd. Tokidokibri and T-Bomb are nose to nose for 11th place. Maya just made a move to 4th place. Marty Freeze is chopping down the gap to the Hyper 7 by 1.5 seconds. Skeksis Beau Prey is climbing to 8. Looks like the race is heating up. The modern street cars class is pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners and high-speed straights favor cars with a mix of agility and raw power. That's why we see some unexpected moves and close battles at the front. Spearlike Hail is now in 1st place. Maya has climbed to 3rd. Skeksis Beau Prey and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. Skeksis Beau Prey just sneaked into 7th place. Skeksis Beau Prey and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for 6th. T-Bone's closing the gap on Tokidokibri, now just 1.3 seconds behind. T-Bone and Tokidokibri are battling for the 11th spot. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 5th place. Skeksis Beau Prey and the Hyper 7 are neck and neck for 6th. Gaisatura is inching closer to the top 12. Skeksis Beau Prey is climbing to 6th place. Tokidokibri is now in 10th. Looks like some steady progress. Skeksis Beau Prey and Marty Freeze are neck and neck for 5th place. Eliciton 95 is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Eliciton 1095 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Skeksis Beau Prey is climbing to 5th place. Eliciton 95 is making a move to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Skeksis Beau Prey is driving a Pagani Zonda Cinque, known for its extreme lightweight and agility. They're currently in 6th place, close behind the top contenders but not quite in the fight for the lead yet. Amy just moved up 1 spot into 8th place. Kamit Media is trimming the gap to Big Boy Bets by 1.5 seconds. Skeksis Beau Prey just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Tokidokibri and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for 9th. T-Bomb is driving a Saline 7, a car known for its speed and aggressive styling. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding on to the 7th spot. Looks like they might be struggling a bit with pace, given their lap time is slower than most. Skeksis Bow Prayer is gaining on Maya now just a second behind. Marty Freeze has climbed to 5th place. Screwchamp has made a 2-position jump into 9th. Congratulations to Spear Like Hail on winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Wow. Spear Like Hail really showed us how it's done. Great job winning that race. You clearly know your way around those virtual tracks. Can't wait to see what you do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Hungaroring Retro has lots of tight corners and tricky chicanes. Quick steering response and good traction are essential to stay fast through the twists and turns. Top speed isn't as crucial here because the track doesn't have long straightaways for high-speed blasts. So, a car that feels nimble and can change direction smoothly would be my top pick for dominating this race. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your choices quick or we're going to leave you with whatever the AI picked for you. No pressure. But if you love chaos, now's your chance to get involved. Oh wow, what a showdown. We've got Pumpkin Flurry in the sleek 1995 BMW 850 CS. I versus me in the classic 1988 Audi V8. Both cars have their charm but also their quirks. The BMW is known for its balance and power, making it a potential favorite around the Hungaroring Retro circuit. On the other hand, the Audi V8 is a true muscle car with a lot of raw torque, which might give it an advantage on the straights but could struggle on tight corners. Honestly, I'd say the race could go either way, but I'm feeling confident that my Audi's handling might just squeak out a win. Let's see if the AI agrees or if Pumpkin Flurry surprises everyone. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at the Hungaroring Retro track, and Chaosify is starting on pole, piloting a classic 1990 Toyota Supra. Looks like a nostalgic trip to the 90s as these slow cars hit the turbo boost. Kyosify has shot off the line to take the lead. Gary 710 is holding strong in second place. Waldo is right behind in third, trying to keep up. The Betty White Show is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13th place. Alan 656 is advancing 2 spots to 2nd place. Ren Kaori is also climbing 2 spots to 4th place. Pumpkin of Glory and Lithocarp are nose to tail for 6th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls just gained 1 spot to be 10th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Pace CRR are locked in a close fight for 9th. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing up to 6th place. Lithocarp is right behind and they're battling for that spot. Matrixco is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 11th. Matrixco and Beyond Two Dark Souls are nose to nose for 10th. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing up to 5th place. Matrixco has also gained a spot, and is now in 10th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Matrixco are nose to nose for 10th. Lithocarp is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Waldo and Lithocarp are still nose to tail for 6th. The Betty White Show has moved up to 11th. The Betty White Show and Matrixco are fighting for 10th place. Waldo is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. The Betty White Show has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 spot. Pumpkin of Glory and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 4th place. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 7th. Lithocarp and Maya are practically glued together for 7th. Alan 656 just overtook Kyosify for the lead. Pumpkin of Glory is closing in on the top 3. Kyosify is dropping back to 10th place. Gary 710 is climbing up to 2nd. Pumpkin of Glory is moving into 3rd. A beta bloke is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 11th place. Matrixco is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 18 seconds. Kyosify is having a rough time, dropping 6 positions to 16. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on Matrixco, and the gap is shrinking fast. Pace, ERR, and Amy are still neck and neck for 9th place. Amy just made a move to take 9th, but Pace CRR is not giving up that easily. Pace CAR is climbing fast into 8th place. Matrixco is also making moves, now in 11th. A tight battle for 11th between a better bloke and Matrixco. Looks like a close fight. Pace ARR and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Kailas of Strili is inching closer to the top 10, now in 14th. Amy just overtook Lithocarp and is now in 7th place. Abetta Bloke and Matrixco are nose to nose for 11th. No one's giving an inch in that fight. The Betty White Show just overtook Lithocarp and is now in 8th place. A Better Bloke is climbing fast and is now in 10th place after moving up 2 spots. The Betty White Show and A Better Bloke are battling closely for 9th place. Kyosify is closing in on Beyond Food Dark Souls fast, just 6:30 seconds behind now. Pumpkin of Glory has climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. Gary 710 and Pumpkin of Glory are nose to nose, fighting for that 2nd spot. Gary 710 is climbing to 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 5th. A Better Bloke is now in 9th. Pumpkin of Glory and Gary 17 are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 6th. Waldo and Maya are battling hard for 6th position now. Beyond Two Dark Souls is driving a 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo S. Looks like they're having a tough time with that time gap. Currently in last place, and not even close to the rest of the pack. Amy is closing in on Ren Kaori fast, just 7.6 seconds behind now. KCIRR has moved up 1 spot to 11th. Beyond Food Dark Souls is chipping away at Tales of Strilly, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy is closing in on Ren Kaori, closing the gap by 2 seconds. The Betty White Show is climbing up to 7th place. KCAR is now in 10th, making a move. Wow, Alan 656, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win at Hungaroring Retro. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow! Alan 656 really drove like the wind today! Congratulations on your victory, you totally earned it. And hey, great news for Amy. You nabbed the fastest lap. So the vintage Isuzu 4200R is all yours. That retro street car is practically a classic now. Enjoy cruising around in style. Well, the 23 Pagani Zonda GR is actually a rare gem with only a handful made. It's like the secret menu of supercars. This version was built as a homologation special to race in the GT series, which means it's got a racing pedigree, but with the flair and elegance Pagani is famous for. Plus, with that V12 engine singing like an angel, it's basically a track-ready beauty that's turned into a street legend. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make that decision. Don't leave me hanging here with all these speedy machines I can't drive. Get those picks in before the timer runs out. Oh wow, what a matchup. We've got Platinumera in a 2007 Nissan 350Z T1 and Cirirelia in a 2009 BMW M392 GT 2T. Both of these cars have their charm but also their quirks. The Nissan 350Z is a bit of a classic with a strong rear-wheel drive personality, perfect for some spirited driving, but it might struggle a tad against the more refined M3. The BMW M3E92 G2 is a beast with a reputation for handling and balance, especially on a track like Sochi. I'd say Cirirelia's BMW might have a slight edge on the technical sections and cornering. But hey, anything can happen with AI drivers. If Platinumera manages to exploit some of the Nissan's raw power and aggressive lines, we could see an upset. Overall, I'd put my chips on Cirirelia's BMW to take this one. But I'm excited to see how the underdog Nissan might shake things up. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Sochi Autodrome. And leading the pack is the GTR Platinumera with their 27 Nissan 350Z GT1. Clearly a classic. But let's see if that old school charm can hold off the modern speedsters. Platinumera has shot off the line to take the lead. Cirirelia is right behind in second place, and Ihavikatsema is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Wilder Eno is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17. Ihavikatsema is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second place. Cap Holster and Story Forge are locked in a close duel for 4. Nestek and Cap Holster are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Igenerai just gained a spot, and is now in 9th. Maya and Igenerai are battling hard for 9th. Pink Wolf is driving a 23-seat Toledo GT. He's currently in 8th place, trying to hold off Amy and Maya behind him. Looks like he's got a bit of a challenge ahead. Story Forge and Cyrelia are nose to tail for 3rd place. Eganarite and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Story Forge is climbing up to 3rd place. Eganarite is now in 8th. Whip3 25 has moved into 14th. Uncanny Buddy just sneaked into 14th place. Whip3 25 and Uncanny Buddy are nose to nose for that spot. V39 and Kickass Lady X3 are also locked in a close fight for 18th. Nightmare Pink Wolf is climbing up to 6th place. Eganarite and Mystic are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a battle for the last few spots. Mystic is climbing fast into 5th place. Cyrelia and Mystic are nose to nose for 4. Eganarite is inching closer to the top 10, now in 7th. Cap Holster is now in 5th place and closing in on Mystic. Mystic and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 5th. Amy has climbed to 9th place, making her way through the pack. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 1998 Porsche 911 GT2. Looks like she's holding her own among the newer models. No overtakes yet, but she's staying steady. Whip3 25 is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They are currently in 16th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Story Forge is now in 2nd place, moving up 1 spot. Ihave Exima is right behind, both battling fiercely for 2nd. Cap Holster just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Cyrelia and Cap Holster are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Uncanny Buddy and Tacnesty are locked in a close scrap for 13th. Cyrelia is climbing up to 4th place. Cyrelia and the Heavy Exima are nose to nose for 3rd. Eganarite is chipping away at Mystic, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Cap Holster is climbing nicely into 4th place. Eganarite is making a move into 6th. And Maya is sneaking into 8th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Eganarite is driving a 2004 Ferrari 550 GTS and is currently in 6th place. They're holding steady but not making much noise in the top 5. Alodrino is racing a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They are currently in 18th place and running just over 2.5 seconds behind the leader in their class. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any major moves. Cyrelia is driving a BMW M3 92 GT, which is hanging out in 7th place. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up, but still holding on. Cap Holster and Ihavik Sima are nose to tail for third place. Nonstop and Cirurelia are locked in a close fight for sixth. Nonstop is climbing up to 6th place. Patsorts and Anarchisics are nose-to-nose for 11th. Orange Funk and VD39 are locked in a close fight for 19th. Congratulations to Platnumera on winning the race. Looks like they really drove away with the victory. Well done! Wow, Platnumera really showed us how it's done. Big congratulations to them for crossing the finish line first. That was quite the impressive victory. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Knockhill circuit, I'd go with the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. It's got that perfect combo of power, agility, and racing pedigree that really shines on tight, twisty circuits like Knockhill. Plus, it's the kind of car that can handle those hairpin turns with finesse and still surprise you with a burst of speed when you need it. The others are impressive, but the Ferrari just has that edge for me. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your pick or forever hold your peace in the pit lane. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will take the crown. Get those selections in before the countdown hits 0. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Epic Sugar in the 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup, a car known for its agility and sharp handling. On the other side, Vargala Svet is behind a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4, which is lightweight and nimble but perhaps not as modern. Given the sporty nature of the Ginetta and its recent model year, I'd say Epic Sugar might have the edge in cornering and overall speed at Knockhill. The KTM is quick, no doubt, but it might struggle a bit with the twists and turns. My bet is on Epic Sugar. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially when AI is involved. Let's see how these two perform. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Knockhill and Zep Brandigan is starting on pole with the 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo M. Let's see if that fancy car can stay at the front, or if the AI has other plans. Brandigan has taken the lead right out of the gate. The Hyper 7 is holding strong in second place. Ganasta Tegami 9000 is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind them. Zurarelia is climbing up to 11th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is now 14. The Critical Egg is sneaking into 16. Looks like everyone's making moves. Lockgen 7 is driving a 2007 Honda Accord. Their race looks like a quiet cruise so far, hanging around the middle of the pack. The Critical Egg is driving a 2008 Volvo S60. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. Dimaster Tegami 9000 is in third place with a Nissan 370Z Nismo GT 4TN. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Jamasta Tegami 9000 is driving a Nissan 370Z Nismo GT 4 Tour. They're currently in third place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but stay in the top 3. Globos L is in 10th place, driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC Class I. Looks like they're holding steady but not exactly tearing up the track. Meg's Boring Life has just overtook Red Panda Manatee 4 to take the 14th spot. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Globos L is closing in on Aerotech, cutting the gap by 1 second. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up 1 spot to 14th place. Vargala Svet is driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow G T4A. They're currently in 7th place, just behind the Maserati and Nissan. Looks like a solid race, but they might need a little more speed to catch the top contenders. Red Panda Manatee 4 is driving a 28 Mercedes C200. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, currently in 15th place and over a second behind the car ahead. DF Empress is driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC class. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of Cirurelia. Looks like a steady but slow race for them so far. Meg's Boring Life is driving a Peugeot 407 from 2007. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack with a slow lap time of 1 minute and 1 second. Not exactly setting the world on fire. Brandigan is leading the race in a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. They've set the fastest lap so far, and seem to be comfortably ahead, but the Hyper 7 is right behind, so no room for mistakes. DF Empress is driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC class. They're currently in the 11th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady but slow race for them. Aerotech is holding off Vargala Svet by a car length for 8th place. Lokshan 7 and the critical leg are nose to tail for 16. Dehi for 7 is driving a Janetta G55 Super Cup, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. They're currently in second place just behind Zaprandigan, and their fastest lap is slightly quicker than the leaders. Looks like they're pushing hard. Well, look at that. Zaprandigan took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Well done. Wow, Zaprandigan took the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You really showed those other cars who's boss. And for the other drivers, here's a little reward. Maya, you've done the most overtaking today. Well deserved. And you can claim that sleek 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. Hope you enjoy cruising around in style. Sure. Did you know that the Mid-Ohio No Chicane track is famous for its smooth, flowing corners that really test the driver's skill and bravery? It's like the track is daring you to go faster with each turn. Plus, the absence of the chicane means drivers can carry more speed through that tricky section, making the race even more exciting to watch. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your favorite slip away before the countdown ends. Hurry up and make your choice so you can cheer it on to victory. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Chevrolet Corvette C1 from 1959 looks like a classic beast, with that big muscular style and a lot of raw power. It's got that American muscle vibe, but I wonder how it'll handle the twists and turns of Mid-Ohio without chicanes. On the other hand, the Triumph TR3B from 1962 is a lightweight, nimble British sports car, built more for agility and quickness than raw speed. It might have the edge in tight corners and sharp turns, especially at a course like this. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Triumph here. It's likely to be more agile, especially without chicanes to break the flow. But don't count out the Corvette. If it can unleash that big engine and keep its composure, it might surprise us all. So, my bet is on Rowdy Zerolf and the Triumph for a sneaky win. but I wouldn't be shocked if the Connor Malley's Corvette finds a way to dominate with its brute strength. Alright folks, Connor Malley is taking the lead in that shiny 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1, right at the front. Looks like a classic battle on the way, and I can't wait to see how these vintage street cars hold up on this track. Stay tuned. Connor Malley has shot off the line to take the lead. Rusna Pomzix is right behind in second place, and Rowdy Zerolf is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Dafitz is climbing to third place. Jusanit is now 9. Reinecke has moved up to 12. Yasmin 196 is holding off Maya by a hair for 6th place. Ruki Miriki and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for 10th. Telescope Baima just bumped up to 13, climbing the ranks. Dietherz is climbing to 2nd place now. Rusna Palm 6 and Dietherz are nose to tail for that spot. Amy is making a move, jumping 2 positions to sit in 6th. Reinecke is making a quick climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. Rusna Palm 6 is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Amy is also climbing, advancing 1 position to 5th. Dayserts and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Telescope Baima is climbing 2 spots to 9. Cheryl Mitsiroses is inching up 1 spot to 13. Rusna Palm 6 just overtook to take the lead. Yasmin 96 is climbing up to 6th. Reinecke is inching into 7th. And Japiti Matite, Atayabari in the 7th. The race is heating up. Cheryl Metsiroses is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Connor Malley is holding strong at the front now in 1st. Amy is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, cutting the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Reinecke is gaining on Amy, now just over a second behind. Telescope Baima has climbed to 7th place. Cheryl Mitsiroses is right behind in 8th. Dietherz is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Toadette the Kitty is advancing 2 spots to 9th. Justanitvianis 996 are nose to nose for 10th place. Cheese and Dashauer just snuck into 13. Famaka is climbing up to 17. Telescope Baima is closing in on Reinecke, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sputnik NZ is climbing up the field, moving 1 spot closer to the top 15. Lockjan 7 and Papa KC are locked in a fierce duel for 15th place. Amy is gaining on Rowdy Zerolf, closing the gap by a second. Justanit and Yesli 96 are nose to nose for the 10th place. Lockjan 7 is climbing up to 15th, making moves. Telescope is inching closer to Reinecke, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Toadette the kitty is gaining on Cheryl Mizurosis, closing the gap by 1 second. Just Jeanette is climbing up to 10th place, making a move up 1 spot. Amy is feeling the heat from Reinecke closing in fast. Rowdy Zerolf better watch his rearview mirror. Rookie Miriki just made a move up to 11, climbing the ranks like a pro. Maya is maintaining her position at the front, not giving an inch. Cheryl Mizurosis just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Vamanaka and Lock John 7 are nose to nose for 15th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. D. Fitz is now in 1st place. Amy is getting closer to Rowdy Zerolf, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Trash Crashton has climbed 2 spots and is now in 15th. Rusnapomzix is really closing in on Connor Malady. Just 1.9 seconds behind now. Ragu and Famaka are neck and neck for 17th place. Ai Rafael is climbing 2 spots to 19th. Amy just nudged into 4th place. Toadette the kitty is chipping away at Telescope's lead, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Ragu is climbing up to the 17th spot. Reinecke is gaining on Rowdy Zerolf, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Ragu has moved up 1 spot to 16. Ai Rafael is chipping away at Famaka, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Reinecke just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Toadette the kitty also moved up 1 position and is now in 8th. Telescope and Toad the kitty are nose to nose for 8th place. Maya is maintaining her lead at the front. Cheryl Mizurosis has just overtaken a couple of cars to climb to 6th place. Toadette the kitty and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail, fighting hard for 7th. Amy is still closing in on Rusnapomzix, but the gap remains significant. Congratulations to Defizzers on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done! Wow! T-Thirds really pulled off an impressive win. Congrats to them for dominating the race. I guess all that virtual racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the winning streak. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Albert Park has tight corners and a lot of sudden turns, so a car that can navigate those with precision and quick responsiveness will have the advantage. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it might lose time, or even spin out. So, a balanced setup that emphasizes cornering ability over raw horsepower would be ideal for winning here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before the time runs out. You don't want to miss your chance to see which one dominates the race. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Nitsir Obstarks is behind the wheel of a 2019 IPS Kuruma, which might not be the fastest car out there, but has some good handling and stability. Atelier Torias has the 2013 Toyota Crown Athlete, a sedan that's probably more comfortable than it is speedy. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Nitsir Obstarks has the edge because the Kuruma, despite its age, is known for its versatility and decent performance in races. Atelier Torias Toyota is nice for cruising around, but it might struggle to keep up on this track. So, I'd give the favor to Nitsir Obstarks to take this one, but hey, stranger things have happened when AI cars decide to surprise us. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Albert Park and leading the pack is JC Productions in a 2017 Honda Civic Type R. It's interesting to see a 2017 model on pole, especially considering the slow cars class from 2010 and 10 and up. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others catch up. JC Productions has shot out in front, holding the lead. Amy is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Jude Smokiablunt is in third, hanging tight but already a bit off the pace. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now in 1st place, pulling ahead. Unistix has climbed to 4th, making a nice move. Terrific Kitten is up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Cloud Surfer 69 is holding on to P13, while some board buoy is trying to find a way around. Kingchu 22 and Maya are nose to tail for 15, with Maya looking for an opening. Damaster Tegamunai 1000 Tangaduki TTV are still neck and neck for P18, no one giving an inch. Gabitham Minimac and Cheriffa Kitten are nose to nose for 6th place. Rome Spider and Mazeralp Starks are locked in a close fight for 10th. Cloud Surfer 69 is inching forward, climbing to 13. Tangaduki DTV is driving a 2008 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Looks like they're holding steady in 19th place, but no sign of overtakes yet. Kingchu 22 has moved up one spot to 14th. Maya is closing in on some board buoy, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. They're battling for 15th place, and it's getting tight. Unistix just overtook someone and is now in 3rd place. JC Productions and Unistix are nose to nose for 2nd. Cheriffa Kitten and Zesacher are fighting hard for 5th. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt is climbing nicely into the top 3. Cheriffa Kitten is making a move towards the middle of the pack. Netzerup Starks is inching closer to the top 10. Gabitha Minimac and Zasacher are nose to nose for 6th place. Rome Spider is chipping away at Lazy Towner's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Matrixco is climbing up, grabbing 17th spot. Cheriffa Kitten is driving a 2013 Chrysler 300 SRT8. They're holding on to 5th place, so they're not doing too badly, but definitely not making any big moves either. Matrixco is driving a 2017 Ford Focus RS, known for its rally heritage and turbocharged power. Looks like they're in the middle of the pack and trying to make moves, but no overtakes yet. Sasator is gaining on Cheriffa Kitten, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lazy Towner is inching closer to Miserab Stocks, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Geista Tegaman and 1000 has moved up one spot to 16th place. Jamasta Tegaman 9, 1000 and Q22 are locked in a fierce fight for 14th place. GC Productions is making a move to the front of the pack. Nadzerop Starks is climbing into the top 10. Matrixco is inching closer to the middle of the field. Unistix and Dude Smokia Blunt are nose to nose for 3rd place. Nadzerop Starks and Gabitha Minimac are also battling closely for 7th. Autoliatorius is gaining on Rome Spider, cutting the gap by a whole second. GC Productions is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's in a good spot to seal the deal unless someone else pulls a miracle. Gabi Minimac is in 7th place with a 2014 Lotus Evora S. They're running just behind the leaders, but still holding a solid position. Looks like they're trying to stay out of trouble and maybe sneak into the top 5. King Chu 22 just moved up one spot to 13th place. Yamasta Tama 9000 is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Netzerobst is making a move up to 7th place. Gabi Minimac and Nezerob Starks are nose to nose, fighting for that 7th spot. Nezerob Starks is climbing up to 6th place. Gabi Minimac and Zassater are nose to nose for 7th. Lazy Towner is inching closer to Gretz 34, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. JC Productions is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident. Nezerob Starks is gaining on Cheriffa Kitten. The gap shrinking fast. Ace 34 and Zassater are nose to nose for 8th place. This is getting spicy. Wow, JC Productions really pulled off a surprise victory at Albert Park. Guess they're the new kings of the track. Well done. Wow, JC Productions really outdid themselves. Congratulations on winning the race, you must have been driving like a pro. Can't wait to see how they top that next time. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race at Riccardo Tormo, I'd probably go with the 26 McLaren MP421. It's known for its incredible handling and speed on twisty circuits, which are pretty much what Riccardo Tormo is all about. Plus, back in the day, McLaren was always a strong contender in the corners and straightaways. I think it'd have a good shot at taking the checkered flag, leaving those other cars in its rearview mirror. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your decisions quickly, or you might end up with the car no one wants. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite is gone. Alright, so we've got Trehartrad in a Ferrari from 2006 and Amy in a McLaren from the same year. Both classic choices, but the real question is which car will perform better on Riccardo Tormo. The Ferrari is known for its raw speed and aggressive handling, while the McLaren is often praised for its balance and control. Given the track's twists and turns, I'd lean towards the McLaren being a little more nimble. But don't count out the Ferrari's power. It's a close call, but I'd say Amin in the McLaren might have a slight edge in this race. Still, anything can happen with AI driving. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Ricardo Tormo and Unisix is leading the pack. He's on pole in a 26, Honda Raiga 106. Looks like he's got the early advantage, but anything can happen. Unisix has taken the lead right out of the gate. Esteban Games is holding strong in second, with Salmon close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Esteban Games is now in first place. Belthanet the Beast has climbed 2 spots to second. Dr. Felix moved up 2 spots to fourth. Dr. Felix and Unistix are nose to nose for third. Dr. Felix is climbing to third place. Unistix and Dr. Felix X are nose to nose for third. Oscar Wolf is inching up to seventh. Maya and Oscar Wolf are nose to tail for 7th place. Triad and Maya are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Aerotech is climbing up the field, now in 12th, after a nice move. Salmon just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Maya is inching closer to 6th, moving up 1 spot. The fight for 6th is heating up with Maya and Balsamic Vintu, 183, going wheel to wheel. Oscar Wolf is in 8th place with a Super Guri S a 06. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Oscar Wolf is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Oscar Wolf and Balsamic Gin 283 are nose to tail for 6th. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Runner Rampage and Pani 3 are nose to tail fighting for 14th. Triad and Oscar Wolf are nose to tail for 8th place. Runner Rampage just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Belthaneta Beast has just overtaken the lead and is now in 1st place. Esteban Games and Belthaneta Beast are nose to nose for the top spot. Triad has climbed up to 8th place, making a nice move. Oscar Wolf is really having a tough time dropping to 18th place. Esteban Games is leading the pack at the moment. Balsamic Vintu, 183, is climbing up to 5th place. Balsamic Vintu 183 and Salmon are locked in a close fight for 4th. Esteban Games is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Esteban Games is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Samwon is driving a Red Bull RB2 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:24.09, which shows they're holding a decent pace, but still behind the leaders. Penny 3 is climbing up to 13th place. Ronarampage and Penny 3 are locked in a close fight for that same spot. Ronarampage is climbing up to 13th place. Penny 3 and Ronarampage are nose to nose for that same spot. Penny 3 is climbing to 13th place. Queen Monda is advancing to 14th place. Death Factor is pushing to 15th place. Balsamic Vintoy T is driving a Spiker M16. They're currently in 7th place, just behind the top Ferrari and Red Bull. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Trehartriat is in 8th place with the fastest lap of 1 minute 24.7. Danapornio. Their race looks steady but not quite fast enough to challenge the top contenders. Congratulations, S. Dave in Games. You must have taken the checkered flag with style. Well done on your victory. Wow, what a fantastic win for Esataven Games. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Great job out there. Sure thing. Did you know that the Alice track is famous for its super twisty layout that makes even the fastest cars feel like they're doing a ballet? It's like a roller coaster for race cars and leaves the drivers constantly on their toes. The AI seems to think it's a piece of cake, but I swear it's more like trying to juggle flaming torches. Alright everyone, gather around because the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you didn't act fast. You've got maybe a minute left to make your move, so get those selections in before the countdown thief steals your chance. Oh wow, what a clash of the ages and styles. The Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggera is sleek, modern, and all about that high-tech speed with precision handling. On the other hand, the TVR Tuscanus is a raw, fierce, and slightly wild British beast that loves to take risks. Given the cars, I'd say the Gallardo has the edge in overall speed and agility on the track. It's like trying to outrun a cheetah with a jet engine. But hey, the Tuscanus loves a good challenge and could surprise us with its aggressive drive. If I had to make a call, I'd put my money on the Gallardo winning, but don't count out that fiery tree just yet. It's all about who handles the twists and turns better. Alright everyone, the race at Alice Track is on, and Mutt Wolf is leading the pack. Starting on pole with a 2015 McLaren 675L. Let's see if that old beast can hold off the new challengers. Betsma has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Mutt Wolf is right behind in second, and Trifaninity 3 is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Amy just gained one spot and is now in fourth place. Detoxins and Amy are still battling hard for that position. Magicat is climbing up to seventh place. Amy just gained one spot to take third place. Tifa 93 and Amy are nose to tail for third. Yama Priest is climbing up to fifth. Tifa 93 and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Trash Crashton and Detoxins are locked in a close fight for 8th. Beats with Kev is climbing up to 15th and is now battling closely with Singoshi for 14th. Yama Priest is gaining on Trefanenti 3, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. They are battling hard for 4th place. Trash Crashton and Detoxin are also nose to tail for 8th place. Yama Priest is climbing to 4th place. Trifa 3 and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 4th. Gabby the Minimac is inching up to 10th. Beyond Food Arc Souls advances one spot to 10th place. Beyond Food Arc Souls and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for 9th. Beats with Kev climbs 2 spots to 11. Alex Has No Brain is making a move, climbing up to the 18th place. Shattered Pixel is right behind, also gaining ground to reach 19th. Ears Pichel is not far behind, pushing through to take the 20th spot. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Whip 3 out 25 is on a tear. Now in first place after passing 21 cars. Maya is right behind, also making a move through the field. Betsma and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for second. Chimagi Cat is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Betsma is surging ahead, grabbing the lead. Mutwolf is also on the rise, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Scorch Log is climbing fast, now in 11th. Elite Satona 95 is also on the move, up to 15th. Amy is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Betherly is closing in on Alexasna Brain fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Jamagishat has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Trifonina T3 is also up 1 spot, now in 5th. Shattered Pixel and Bethraline are neck and neck for 18th place. Our special is closing the gap on Shattered Pixel, now just 2.6 seconds behind. They are also battling for 19th place, keeping it interesting. Beats with Kef just sneaked into 6th place, leaving Mutt Wolf in a close chase for that spot. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 8th, so the race is heating up behind. Darigaus advances to 12th place. Shattered Pixel climbs to 18th place. Bethralina and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Darigaus and Scorch Log are neck and neck for 11th place. Anaxagorax is climbing up 1 spot to 19th. Darigaus is now in 11th place. Alexasna Brain is cutting down the distance to Singoshi by 1.44 seconds. Vicfree Out 25 is closing in on Era Special, shrinking the gap by 3.9 seconds. Wow, Betsmar just took the top spot. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Betsmart took the victory. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race to watch. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you've snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim a 2009 Pagani Zonda. Not too shabby. Keep your eyes on those prizes, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and stability, because the oval section demands the car to maintain high velocities without losing control. Handling and cornering are still important, especially for the tight turns. But overall, being able to sprint down the straightaways without breaking a sweat would be the biggest win here. Alright everyone. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, the clock's ticking. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on the fun, do you? Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we've got Xnobot in 1984 Ford Fiesta XR2, which is a tiny but surprisingly nimble little car. It's like the street-smart underdog that might just surprise us with some sharp moves. Then we have Toadette the kitty with a 1983 Fiat Uno, which is even more petite and probably less powerful. But hey, sometimes those small cars are surprisingly quick around corners, if driven with enough attitude. Honestly, given the track and the era of these cars, I'd say the Fiesta might have the edge with a bit more performance under the hood. But don't count out the Uno's charm and agility. My money's on the Ford Fiesta to take this one, but I'll be watching to see if the tiny Fiat can pull off a miracle. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Twin Ring Motegi Oval. And look at that! Chosen's Coast has snagged the pole with a 1983 Fiat Uno.T. Slow and steady wins the race, right? Uncleela Gaming has shot to the front, leading the pack. Chosen's Coast is right behind in second place, not letting go. Dude Smokey Blunt is holding on tight in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Wolf of Echo is making a move, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rob Swizzle is also climbing, now in 13th after a similar surge. Cherokee Kitten is on a roll, jumping 4 spots to 24. HP Loopcraft is climbing fast, now in 26th place. Dude Smoke A Blunt just gained 1 spot to 2nd. Bethrelina also moved up 1 to 4th. Bethrelin and Chosen's Coast are nose to nose for 3rd place. Aetherplasm is making a bold move up to 7th place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Bethrelin is climbing steadily into 3rd. Amy is also on the rise, grabbing the 4th spot. Amy just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 6th. Wolf of Echo is gaining on Chosen's Coast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Bodatzeror and Maya are nose to tail for 14th place. Bobardo is climbing steadily to 13. Just Janetv is making a move to 17. Wolf of Echo is climbing to 7th place. Tingtinatia is now in 8th. Rob Sizzle has moved into 9th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Drivo 192X and Bethrelin are nose to tail for 4th place. Aerotech climbs 1 spot into 10th. Bobardo is chipping away at Chosen's Coast's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Drivo 192X is climbing to 4th place. Bobardo is now in 11th. Bodatzeror has moved up to 12th. Aetherplasm and Bethrelin are nose to nose for 5th place. Wolf of Echo is charging, closing the gap by 4 seconds. Looks like Wolf of Echo and Aetherplasm are about to have a showdown for 6th. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 5th place. Team Tinatea is sneaking into 7th. Ropswizzle and Wolf of Echo are nose-to-nose for 8th. Aerotech advances to 9th place. Just Shaned climbs to 14th. Marty Freeze is closing the gap on Chosen's Coast, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Team Tinatea is right behind Bethraline now. Aerotech is gaining on Wolf of Eco. Marty Freeze has climbed 1 spot to 15. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 4th place. Bobardo is chipping away at Ropswizzle's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Kyosify is making moves, now on 16th. Team Tinatea and Bethraline are neck and neck for 6th place. Aerotech is closing in on Wolf of Eco, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Aerotech and Wolf of Eco are in a close fight for 8th place. Aerotech just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Budazatsuro and Bobardo are nose-to-nose for 11th. Meg's Boring Life is creeping up to 19th. Aerotech is closing in on Team Tinatea, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Budazarar is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. Bobardo and Budazarar are now battling it out for 11th. Aethaplasm and Amia are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Bobardo just gained a spot and is now in 12th. Budazarar and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 11th. Amy just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Team Tinatea is closing in on Bethraline for 6th. Looks like a tight fight for that spot. Bethraline is climbing up to 6th place. Aerotech is chipping away at Team Tinatea's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Budazarar is making a move, now in 10th place. Jummyshot is having a rough time, and is now in 21st place. Amy is gaining on Unclearly Gaming, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 3rd place, making a nice move forward. Aetherplasm is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1 second. Team Tinatea and Bethraline are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Aerotech and Team Tinatea are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Wow! Unclearly Gaming took the checkered flag again. Guess they're just too fast for the rest of us. Well done! Wow! Unclearly Gaming really pulled off a stunning victory. Congratulations on dominating the race. You truly deserved that win. Looks like your AI car was in a league of its own today. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1993 McLaren F1 ET. It's got that legendary combination of speed, handling, and a reputation that screams race winner. The others are impressive in their own right, but the McLaren F1's performance and track record make it a top contender for conquering the twists and turns of Castle Combe. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown ends. Oh, this is a pretty epic matchup, isn't it? We've got Popcorn Slayer in a classic Ferrari F40 LM from 1989. That car is all about raw speed and legendary status. But then, F6 which is in a 1996 Porsche 911 GT1, which is no slouch either, especially with that blend of agility and power from that era. Considering the track is Castle Combe, which favors a mix of sharp turns and straights, I'd say it's going to come down to handling and driver skill. Well, if AI driver skill is anything like real life, the Ferrari might have the edge on raw top speed, but the Porsche offers better maneuverability. If I had to put my chips down, I'd lean slightly towards the Porsche 911 GT1, just because its versatility could make the difference on this course. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. This is going to be a dream race. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Castle Combe and Maya, in her iconic 1996 Porsche 911 99. GT2 is starting right at the front. Let's see if she can hold that pole position or if the others will catch up. Buckle up. Maya is leading the race right now, holding the top spot. Queen Manda is right behind in second place, and Belthanate the Beast is in third, trying to catch up. The pack is already starting to form up. James Mayo is climbing fast into second place. Queen Manda and James Mayo are nose to nose for second. Necrophantasm is inching up to sixth. Bees McGee is climbing up to fourth place. Belthainthe Beast and Bees McGee are nose to nose for that spot. Asic Switch is making a move to 10th. James Mayo just overtook for the lead. Popcorn Slayer keeps climbing to 8th. X-Bays Gitchex and Amy are nose to nose for 9th place. Bees McGee just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya and Bees McGee are nose to nose for 2nd. Delthanith Beast and Queen Manda are still locked in a close fight for 4th. Popcorn Slayer is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Basic Switch is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Bees McGee just nudged into 2nd place, inching closer to the leader. Popcorn Slayer just overtook someone to take 3rd place. X-Basic Switch is also climbing up to 5th. Belthainthe Beast and this Basic Switchix are nose to nose for 5th. Essex Switchix is climbing up to 4th place. Necrophantasm and Belthainthe Beast are still neck and neck for 6th. Gaming Fight Cancer is up to 9th and battling Queen Manda for 8th. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 6th place. Gaming Fight Cancer is also moving up to 8th. Belthainthe Beast and Gaming Fight Cancer are nose to nose for 7th. Gaming Fight Cancer is now 7th and closing in on Necrophantasm. Kickus Lady X3 just climbed to 9th, making the race a little more interesting. Gaming Fight Cancer is climbing to 5th place. Kickus Lady X3 is now in 8th. Down Telquest has moved up to 11th. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 6th place. The Critica Leg is also moving up 1 spot to 14. Amy and the Critica Leg are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing to 7th place. Down to Quest is now in 10th. Ebony Shadow has moved into 12th. Down to Quest just overtook someone to take the 8th place. Maya is right behind, ready to pounce. Ebony Shadow is closing in on the top 10. Down Quest is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Maya and Down to Quest are still nose to nose for that spot. Ebony Shadow has moved up to 10th place, making a little progress. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 9th place. The Critica Leg has gained 2 spots and is now in 12th. SNR Savage and the Critica Leg are nose to nose fighting for 12th. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 11 seconds, which is pretty solid. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Gaming to Fight Cancer is closing in on Basic Switch. Just a second and a half behind now. Down to Quest has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Kickass Lady X3 and Down Talk West are nose to nose for 7th place. Well, look at that. James Mayo just crossed the finish line first. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, James Mayo really nailed it. Congrats on the win. You must be feeling like a superstar right now. That was a close race, but you pulled ahead right at the end. Great job. Sure thing. Did you know that the woodland section at Cadwell Park is often called the Mini Alps because of its steep climbs and challenging curves? It's like a tiny mountain adventure right in the heart of the raceway. Perfect for those who love a good adrenaline rush without leaving the woods. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey Naiba, great to see you back. Hope you've been well. Get ready for some epic AI car races because things are about to get exciting. Wow, what a matchup! The Lancia Delta HF Integral is known for its incredible handling and rally pedigree, so it might have an edge on the twisty Cadwell Park woodlands. Meanwhile, the Ferrari 288 GTO is a monster with serious speed, but it's a little older and might struggle with the sharp turns. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the Pro 3 and the Lancia taking the win, just because agility can make all the difference here. Let's see if the old Ferrari can surprise us though. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Cadwell Park Woodlands, and leading the pack is Naibi in a classic 1985 Ferrari 288 GTO, starting on pole. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Captain Trippy is leading the race, followed closely by Naibi in second place, and Trifa 93 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Tifanity 3 and Nabe are nose-to-nose for second place. Beef Sliders just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. I am climbing up to 10th, battling it out with Circuit Mingate. Sir Pro 3 is right behind Trifonanti 3 now, closing the gap by a little over a second. Beef Sliders is gaining on Stephen Brinkley, closing in by 1.3 seconds. And look at that! I just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Case Teflex is holding on to 5th, but Amy is right behind. Beef Sliders just overtook someone for 7th. Yaki Ramen is closing in on Beef Sliders, aiming for 8th. Stephen Brinkley's driving a 1996 Toyota Celica and is currently in the 8th spot. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Captain Trippy is clearly in the lead and setting the pace. Looks like he's got the car to beat today. Captain Trippy is leading in a classic Citroën BX4TC, which is known for its rally routes and quirky design. Looks like they're holding a solid lead, but the race is still wide open. Trifonanity 3 is driving a 1985 Ferrari 288 GTO. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Captain Trippy is leading in a classic Citroën BX 4TC. Looks like they're holding a steady pace and maintaining the top spot so far. Trifonanity 3 is now in 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 5th. Case Teflex is getting closer to Sir Pro 3, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Agreets 34 is driving a Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2, a car known for its rallying routes and agility. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady race so far. Well, look at that. Captain Trippy took the checkered flag at Cadwell Park Woodlands. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Captain Trippy really pulled it off. Great job. That was an epic race and you totally deserved that win. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure. The 1996 Ligia JS43 was actually a bit of an underdog in its time. It might not have won races left and right, but it was known for its lightweight design and nimbleness, making it surprisingly quick in the hands of a skilled driver. Perfect for those who love a little chaos on the track. Alright everyone, wrap up those decisions fast. The countdown's almost done and we're about to get these AI racers on the track. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck watching whatever the AI chooses for you. Interesting matchup here. Both cars from the same era, but with pretty different reputations. The 40 FG01B was definitely more of a challenge back in its day, often fighting to stay on the grid. The Sauber C15, on the other hand, was known for being a bit more reliable and competitive in the midfield. Given the track and their age, I'd say the Sauber might have the edge here. But hey, AI drivers can surprise us, so it's all about who hits the perfect line. Let's see if Amy can pull off an upset, or if Maya's Sauber takes the win smoothly. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Camino Viejo de Montserrat on the Iberian International Circuit. Tyler is starting on pole, driving a 1996 Sauber C15. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the competition will surprise us. Tyler is blazing ahead at the front, Super Sigi is holding strong in second, and Wanabakito is hanging tight in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Wanabakito is now in second place. Amy has moved up to fourth. Ostzerad is in sixth. The race is heating up. The track's tight corners seem to be favoring the top contenders, but it's still anyone's game with the long straight, giving a chance for overtakes. Ostzerad is holding on to fifth place, but Magutsu is right behind, looking for an opening. Bean Streams and Nagib are locked in a fierce fight for eighth. No room for mistakes there. Ostzerad is now in fifth place, climbing one spot. Kashinchi Maya has moved into sixth place, also climbing one spot. Bean Streams is in eighth place, making the move up one spot as well. Ostzerad is driving a footwork F17, which is known for its unique aerodynamics and lightweight design. Looks like they're holding a solid middle position, but they might need to pick up the pace if they want to challenge the top contenders. Tyler is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control so far. Bean Streams and Magutsu are nose-to-nose for seventh place. Naiba and Bean Streams are locked in a close fight for eighth. Amy is holding a decent position, but needs to find a way past Maya, who's just behind. Maya is not giving up that spot easily. Looks like a close finish is on the horizon. Nagutsu is driving a Minardi M195B, which is known for its lightweight and agility, but struggles with power. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying competitive. Maya is currently in sixth place with the Sauber C15. Her fastest lap is slightly quicker than Amy and Naibe, but still behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own, that needs a bit more pace to climb higher. Beam Streams is racing a McLaren MP411, which is known for its aerodynamic design and speed. Looks like they're holding steady in the 8th place, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Not much action so far. Maya is currently in 6th place with the Sauber C15, which is holding its own. Her fastest lap is just a bit behind the leader, so she's not out of the fight yet. Beam Streams is racing a McLaren MP411, same as one of the kiddo. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners, currently in 8th place and a bit behind on lap times. Wow, Tyler just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Well done. Wow, Tyler really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. They definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy has a big win, and can now take home the 1996 40 FG01B from F1996. Nice job, Amy! Sure thing. Did you know that back in the 1950s the sports cars class was basically the playground for the most innovative and daring designs? They were experimenting with everything from streamlined bodies to supercharged engines, trying to squeeze every bit of speed out of those machines. It's like watching a bunch of car scientists during a high-speed science fair, just with more rubber burnouts and less lab coats. Ooh, we've got a real vintage showdown here. Bondin in that classic Mercedes-Benz 300 SL is racing a piece of racing history. It's known for its handling and speed back in the day, so it might have an edge on the straightaways. But Marty Freeze with the Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage? That's a lightweight beast, perfect for tight corners and quick maneuvers. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'd give a slight nod to Pondon. The Mercedes had a reputation for being a powerhouse on the track. Still, with the right strategy and a little bit of luck, the Maserati could really surprise us. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Road America. Queen Manda in the pole position driving a classic 1956 Jaguar D-Type. Looks like we've got some vintage speed on our hands today. Queen Manda has taken an early lead. Solid Shadow 981 is holding strong in second, and Princess Wildface is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kishk and Princess Wildface are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Ovidus is climbing up 1 spot to 5th. Wolf's Light is also moving up 1 spot to 7th. Simple Marcus is climbing 1 spot to take 5th place. Ovidus and Simple Markers are nose to nose fighting for 5th. Zanon Samun is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Ovidus is climbing to 5th place. Arayu Serial is making a move to 12th. Yaboy Rwanda is advancing to 15th. Wolf's Light and Simple Markers are nose to tail for 6th place. Aetherplasm just gained 1 spot to 10th. Casetaflex and Aetherplasm are also fighting for 10th. Sanmon Zamon is climbing up to 7th place. Aetherplasm is making a move to 9th. Aerafael is closing in on Ponlin, cutting the gap by over a second. Simple Markers and Ovidus are nose to tail for 5th place. Arios Serial and Casetaflex are swapping positions for 11th. Maya has gained 1 spot to 16th. Maya and Yaboy Rwanda are fighting for 15th, inches apart. Kirschk and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 3rd place. Casetaflex just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Lakaiyu and Casetaflex are battling for 10th, so expect some fireworks there. Imbus Platinum is on the charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 10th place. Geoguin Americos is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 23rd. I, Raphael and Geoguin Americos are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Princess Wildface just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Kirch and Solid Shadan Naniwa T1 are nose to nose for 3rd. Aetherplasm and Wolf's Light are battling hard for 8th. Well, look who decided to return from wherever they've been hiding. Welcome back to the Chaos MRF Society. Glad you could join us for some AI racing action. Render Booster is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 15th position. Solid Shadan in a T1 is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 to 2nd place. Gekriishk is right behind, also up 1 to 3rd. Looks like Solid Shadan in 81 and Kikik are in a tight duel for 2nd. Aryu Serial is making a move, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gekriishk has climbed to 2nd place. Princess Wildface is up to 3rd. The race is heating up. Imbust Platinum is climbing to 6th place. Aetherplasm is advancing to 8th. Wolf's Light and Simple Markers are nose to nose for 10th. I, Raphael and Geoguin Miracles are locked in a close fight for 23rd place. Rome Spider just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 25th. Spearlike Hail and Rome Spider are also battling it out for 25th. Aetherplasm and Salmon are neck and neck for 7th place. Wolf's Light just gained a spot to take 10th. Simple Markers and Wolf's Light are also fighting hard for 10th. Simplamarcus is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Kekishk is climbing steadily and now holds the top spot. Quingmanda and Krikjeg are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Looks like a close one. Quingmanda and Krikjeg are nose to tail at the front. Zolij Hadong Nina T1 just slipped into third place. Arayu's Serial is making a move up to 8th. Zolij Adoniti 1 is gaining on Queen Manda, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Ovidus is catching up to Princess Wildface, the distance shrinking steadily. Indus Platinum is right behind Ovidus now, making a move with a 3.2 second difference. Indus Platinum is climbing to 4th place. Arayu Serial is now in 7th. And Arayu Serial and Ovidus are nose to nose for 6th. Indus Platinum is really closing in on Solichadownan in 81. Just a second, and a bit behind now. Gaming Tophight Cancer and Yabai Rwanda are nose to nose for 15th place. Theolikale is climbing up to 21st, leaving someone behind. Princess Wildface and Indus Platinum are neck and neck for 4th place. Theolikale has just gained 1 position and is now in 21st. Amy is closing in on Airafale, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Princess Wildface is dropping like a stone down to 16. Zolij Hadadon Nina T1 and Queen Manda are nose to nose for 2nd. Ovidus is inching up to 5th, slowly but surely. Wow, Krish just won the race. Looks like they're unstoppable today. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Krish, you pulled off an incredible win. Nice job dominating the race like a true champion. Everyone else better watch out because it looks like Kiki is really on fire today. Well, here's a fun one for you. The Grand Prix cars from 1930 were basically the rock stars of their time, packing massive engines that screamed like banshees. They could hit speeds of over 130 miles per hour, which was pretty wild for back then. Imagine trying to keep that beast under control without all the fancy tech we have now. It was basically like giving a horse a rocket boost and telling it to race. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? Anarchy 6 with the 1937 Auto Union Type C versus Calicom Bunny, and the 1938 Maserati 8 CTF. Both are beauties from a golden era of racing. But this is a race, not a historical exhibition. The Auto Union Type C is known for its speed and agility, especially in the hands of a skilled driver. Even in AA form, it might just have an edge in handling on Willow Springs streets of Willow Extended. On the other hand, the Maserati 8 CTF is a powerhouse with impressive acceleration and raw power, which could give it an advantage on straights. Considering race dynamics and the car's characteristics, I'd lean toward the Auto Union Type C taking this one. It's got that little extra finesse and balance that might give it the edge in a twisty street circuit like this. But hey, with vintage cars involved, anything can happen. Alright folks, race is underway here at the Willow Springs streets of Willow Extended track. Leading the pack from the very front is NRF Society in 1937. Alfa Romeo 12C looks like it's trying to make an early statement. So let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Anarchizix has shot off the line to take the lead. NRF Society is holding strong in second place. Calicom Bunny is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Waffling Gottes is now in third place. The UArt has climbed to fifth. Abeta Bloke and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for seventh. Amy just gained one spot to take 8th place. Abeta Bloke and Amy are nose to nose for 8th. Now Pink Wolf is also climbing up, now in 10th. Our Pink Wolf is climbing up to 8th place. Abeta Bloke and Mema Pink Wolf are battling hard for 9. Mission Man and Abamzi are locked in a close fight for 11. Abeta Bloke and Ama Pink Wolf are nose to tail for 9th place. Maya just gained one spot, now in 18th. Rusna Palm 6 is also climbing, up 1 to 20th. Nara Pink Wolf is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Amy Dot. Abby Ardope has advanced to 12th place, inching closer to the top 10. Abeta Bloke is just ahead of Amy now. They're nose to tail in 9th place. Gish the Husky is trying to defend against Equinox 2 for 14th. Rusna Palm 6 and Kickus Lady X3 are still locked in that close fight for 19th. Lotusos just overtook someone to climb to 15th place. Fishday Husky and Lotusos are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Kickus Lady X3 and I are locked in a close fight for 18th place. Fish the Husky just overtook Lotusos and is now in 15th place. They are still neck and neck, so this battle isn't over yet. Lotusos and Fish the Husky are nose to tail for 15th place. Maya and Yakaraman are locked in a close fight for 17. Justin Gilks is climbing up to 20th, grabbing one spot. Lotusos is climbing one spot to take 15th place. Justin Gilks and Kickus Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for 19. Sukstakat is also moving up one spot to 21st. Abom Z is driving an Auto Union Type C, starting from 13th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:28.293, but they're currently in 12th, just behind a few others. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Sukstakat just moved up one spot to 20. Sukstakat and Kickus Lady X3 are nose to tail for 19. This is getting spicy. Mission Man is climbing up to 12th place. Pierre Dope and Mission Man are still neck and neck for that spot. Justin Gilks has advanced 2 positions and is now in 19th. Pierre Dope is now in 12th place. Equinox2 is gaining on Mission Man, closing the gap by over a second. Kickus Lady X3 has climbed to 19th place. Mission Man is climbing up to 12th place. Dope and Mission Man are still neck and neck for that spot. Justin Gilks is advancing to 19th place. Mighty Chunk is racing an Alfa Romeo 12C, starting from 7th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 27 seconds, and they are currently holding on to 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Abetta Blog is now in 9th place, climbing up one spot. Abomzi has also moved up one spot into 10th. Wow. Anarchy 6 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was feeling unstoppable today. Congrats on the win. Wow, Anarchy 6 wins. Congrats on dominating the race, that was impressive. Now, MRF Society nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim the vintage beauty, the 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C. Nice job. Everyone else, don't worry, there's always another race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Those things are typically quick off the line and handle the twists and turns of a circuit, like Cleveland, pretty smoothly. The Honda might give it a run for its money. but I think the Chevy's got that extra punch to edge ahead in the end. Alright, this is a fun one. Both cars are from the same year, so the real difference might come down to how each driver's AI handles the specific quirks of each car. The Chevrolet IndyCar in 2018 had a reputation for being a little more aggressive on the turns, while the Honda might be a bit more balanced overall. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd lean towards the chaotic weirdo with that Chevrolet. It's known for a bit more power and speed, but don't count the telescope by mount. Honda engines tend to be reliable and balanced, so it could turn this into a close call. It's gonna be a close race, but I'm guessing the chaotic weirdo will edge out in the end, especially if the AI exploits the Chevrolet's power advantage just right. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, Maya's leading the pack on pole position in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar at the Cleveland Grand Prix. Let's see if she can hold on to that spot or if the pack catches up. Maya takes the lead right out of the gate. Designate Wu's holding strong in second, and G Maxiate is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. While Kavanagh is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Krandilive is also on the move, now in 14th place after passing 4 cars. Amy is making a move, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. G Maxiate just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Jerk Plays is climbing 2 spots to sit in 5th. Silhouette and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for 6th. Bot Gamoneng just overtook Bubote for 10th place. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in on Krandilive for 15th. Bubote just climbed into the top 10. Amy and Cherofakitten are nose to nose for 16. Cherofakitten is inching closer to Amy Dwight. Gilmy. Gamoneng just overtook Bubote for 10th place. They're now nose to tail. Cherofakitten keeps climbing, now in 16th. Coffee is trying to hold off Amy for that spot. Ario Cereal and Valesco Baim are neck and neck for 18th place. Wild Kavanagh and Wireshite are nose to nose for 12th place. Autumn Thunderbird has gained 2 positions and is now in 18th. Ario Cereal and Autumn Thunderbird are fighting hard for 18th as well. Yaxinda Box is climbing up to 22nd place. Jacindabox and Dongazon 3 are nose-to-nose for 21st. Smurf 20 is just ahead of Jacindabox by a car length. Looks like they're fighting for that 22nd spot. That chaotic weirdo and another driver are nose to tail for 24. Things are heating up there. Jerk Plays and Keistaflex are neck and neck for 4th place. That chaotic weirdo is climbing 2 spots to take 23rd. Smurf 20 and another driver are locked in a close fight for 24th. Smurf 20 and the other racer are neck and neck for 24th place. Lithocarp and Cloud Surfer 69 are also locked in a close fight for 26th. Smurf 20 is making a move up to 24th place. Looks like a close fight with another racer for that spot. Lithocarp is also climbing up to 26th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Lithocarp just edged ahead of Smurf 20 for 25th place. The battle is getting intense there. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled. Winning the race is no small feat. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew those AI cars didn't stand a chance. Now, for the prizes, I'll happily take that 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar since I also snagged the fastest lap. Amy, you really overtook everyone and showed off those skills, so that car is all yours. Great job to both of us, and for the rest of you, better luck next time. Sure. Did you know that the 1975 Ford Escort Mark I was a favorite among rally racers? It was known for being lightweight and nimble, making it perfect for tight turns and rough terrains. Basically, it was the car that made even the most seasoned drivers look like they had a secret rally license. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever car the AI decides for you. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see these traffic robots battle it out. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is pretty much a toss-up. Since they're both driving the same classic car at Castlecombe, I'd say it might come down to who has the better judgment on the day. Maybe one of them has a secret talent for handling that vintage beast. Honestly, it's the unpredictability that makes it exciting. So, I'll just sit back and enjoy the thrill of the unknown. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at Castle Combe, and Amy's got the pole position in that classic 1973 Toyota Celica Dada. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lid. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by DC KBZ Gulgars in second place, and Buleskopheim holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Vehi per 7 just overtook someone to take third place. Maya is climbing 2 spots to 7. Blanky Frankie and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th position. Vehi per 7 just overtook someone to grab second place. Maya is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to Wangatang 7 272. Looks like a fun little scrap for 6th place between Maya and Wangatang 7 272. Wangatang 7 272 just sneaked into 6th place. Simplemakas is climbing to 15. Rondom 69 and its Bumblebee are locked in a close fight for 17. Nika Broadcast and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 10th place. Zekapal is chipping away at Simple Marker's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Maya is driving a classic Ferrari 275 GTBC from 1964. She's currently in 8th place just behind Bethraline. Looks like she's holding her own, but the race is tight. Its Bumblebee just overtook Sikopal and is now in 16th place. They're still nose to nose for that spot. Amy is leading the race in a 1973 Toyota Celica Dada. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap at the front, but with no lap times, it's hard to tell if she's pushing or just cruising. Amy is leading the race in her 1973 Toyota Celica and has set the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's comfortably in front and maintaining a strong pace. The tight corners of Castle Combe are really shaking up the order, especially for the older cars. The faster cars are making moves early, but the track's narrow and technical nature is keeping overtakes limited. Bethraline is driving a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR. She's holding 8th place and has a decent lap time, but she's a bit behind the leaders in her group. The race looks tight for her. The Group 3 cars are holding a tight race with the top 3 separated by less than a second. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older but nimble cars, keeping the race close. Buleskopheim is closing in on DC KPB 0 Geds, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. They're in a tight fight for 3rd place. Wangatang 7 272 is driving the 1969 Chevrolet Corvair. They're holding on to 6th place and have a fastest lap just over 1:21.6. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite catching the top 3. Lanky Frankie is driving a 1959 Austin Healey 3000 Mark I. Their race looks rough with a lap time way off the leaders at 1 minute 28 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Simplimarkers is driving a 1961 MG A Sprint I. They're currently in the middle of the pack in the Group 2 standings, but their lap time is pretty close to the leaders in their group. Amy's holding the lead comfortably and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like she's got this race under control. The Group 3 cars are clearly faster overall, especially with the top driver, Amy, leading comfortably. The track favors these classic muscle and sports cars, giving them an edge over Group 2. The slower Group 2 cars are struggling to keep up, especially in the middle and back of the field. DC Akaditse Rogarts just overtook someone to take second place. Nika Brokask moved up to 10th and is now battling Princess Wildface for that position. Things are heating up at the back. Telescope Biner is driving a 1962 Triumph T, or a 3B. Their race seems to be a bit off pace, currently in 4th place, and quite a bit slower than the leaders. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Well done. Congratulations to Amy for taking the win. That was a fantastic race. And Amy, you not only won but also set the fastest lap, so you get to claim the classic 1973 Toyota Celica Dut. Well done. Maya, you really shook things up with the most overtakes, so the gorgeous 1964 Ferrari 275 GTBC is all yours. Nice work, both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 1986 Nissan Skyline R31 GT SR. It has a strong heritage in racing, and offers a good mix of power and handling. Plus, on a twisty circuit like Seattle's, I think its balance and turbocharged engine could give it an edge. The classic Porsche 911 SC might be a close second because of its legendary handling, but I feel the Skyline has a little more modernized advantage with its turbo boost. Hey everyone, time is almost up. Make your final selections or forever hold your peace. Get those choices in before the countdown ends. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The Toyota E86 is known for its agility and balance, perfect for tight corners and quick maneuvers on the Seattle circuit. On the other hand, the Mazda R8 S7 Turbo has that turbocharged punch and a bit more power, which could give it an edge on the straights. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call. If Serena can use that turbo to her advantage on the longer straightaways, she might take the lead. But if Maya keeps things tight and consistent through the curves, she could pull ahead. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Seattle circuit with the 1980s Soul Cars class. And look at that. Jonas Gottlieb is starting on pole, behind the wheel of a classic 1983 Toyota E86. Let's see if the old kid can reign supreme or if the new tech takes over. Bunnies of Doom has shot off the line to take the lead. Jonas Gottlieb is right behind in second place. And I, Maya, am holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep up, or if the rabbits will run away. That Salty Serena just overtook someone to take third place. Jonas Gottlieb and Serena are nose to nose for second. Buckyboard is making a move, climbing to fifth. That Salty Serena is leading the race, but Maya is right behind her, ready to pounce. It's a close fight, so don't blink or you might miss the overtake. Nolavi and N Body Notes are nose to tail for 6th place. DCKP Tatsi Rogerts just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Buckyboard is driving a 1980 Lotus Essex Turbo Esprit. They're holding a mid-pack position, so it looks like they're just cruising along without much drama. Buckyboard just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya is right behind him, both fighting for that 4th spot. Papa Katesi and N Body Notes are nose to tail for 7th. Gianna Prime is climbing nicely into 7th place. Gravy Graves is inching up to 15th, and Amy is right there battling for the same spot. Looks like a close fight for 15. N Body Notes and GM Prime are neck and neck for 7th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 15. Darius is chipping away at Gravy Graves, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Buckyboard advances to 3rd place. Nulavi climbs to 5th. Papakatsi moves into 8th. The race is heating up. Nulavi is really eyeing that Salty Serena now. Jerk Place and Zero Time Alive are neck and neck for 12th place. Gravy Graves just snuck into 15th, climbing 1 spot. Jerk Plays and Zero Time Alive are nose to nose for 12th place. Gravy Graves is creeping up on DCKPB 0 Gertz, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Darigos is chipping away at Amy, narrowing it down by 1 second. Lucky Boy just overtook Jonas Gottlieb for second place. They're nose to tail. This is getting spicy. Zero Time Alive is driving a 1983 Honda City Turbo 2 and is currently in the 13th place. Their race seems steady but not quite catching up to the leaders yet. Nulavi is climbing up to 4th place. Jonas Gottlieb and Nulavi are nose to nose for 3rd. Zolti Serena and Nulavi are also fighting hard for 4th. Nulavi is climbing up to 3rd place. GM Prime is closing the gap on Zolti Serena, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Day K Kebitsi Gertz is moving up to 12th place. Looks like DCKB DCO Gertz and Zero Time Alive are locked in a tight battle for 12th. Nulavi is driving a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant V R4, known for its turbocharged power and all-wheel drive. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're making a solid push but still have some ground to cover. Zolti Serena is now in 4th place and closing in on Juno Gottlieb's. Wolfslide has climbed to 10th place, making a move. Gravy Grace is driving a 1987 BMW 325 IE30 Touring. They're currently in the 15th place, just behind the leaders but ahead of some heavy hitters. Looks like a steady race with a bit of a slide back. Bunnies of Doom is leading the race in a classic 1980 Lotus SX Turbo Esprit. They've been fastest so far and seem to be holding a comfortable lead. The slow cars class is making overtakes tough, so positions are mostly about patience and avoiding mistakes. The track's tight corners favor the more nimble cars like the Toyota E86 and Mazda RX-7. Bunnies of Doom is leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. GM Prime is climbing up to 5th place. Jonas Gottlieb and GM Prime are neck and neck for that same spot. Zero Time Alive is closing the gap on Story Forge, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Zero Time Alive and Story Forge are fighting for 11th place. Wow! Bunnies of Doom really hopped to the front and took the win. Nice job leaving everyone in the dust. Wow, Bunnies of Doom really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! I guess all those bunnies are just too fast to catch. Great race, everyone! Sure thing. The 2011 Lola B1180 HPD is a pretty interesting machine because it was part of the LMP2 class and was powered by a Honda engine. Fun fact though, is that Lola had a bit of a reputation for making some of the most aerodynamically advanced race cars of their time. So this car isn't just about speed. It's about slicing through the air with the precision of a hot knife through butter. Plus, it was built to compete in endurance races. So it was basically the marathon runner of the racing world. Built for stamina and performance. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your choice before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI-driven beauty will dominate the race. Get your selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The 1999 BMW VEF 12LM is a classic legendary for its engineering and raw speed, but it's also getting a bit on the vintage side now. Meanwhile, the 2011 Peugeot 908 is a more recent beast, built with modern aerodynamics and technology. I'm leaning towards the Peugeot 908 for this race. Its design and engineering should give it the edge on handling and speed around New Jersey Motorsports Park. But hey, with those old-school vibes, the BMW might surprise us just for the nostalgia. Let's see which one really takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is Mr. Wolf J in a classic 1999 BMW Vol. 12MR, looks like we've got some serious vintage speed up front. Senyahima has shot off the line into the lead. Mr. Wolf J is holding strong in second place. Senior Flip Fliponi 100 in 2020 is hanging on in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Mr. Wolf J takes the lead at the front. Senior Flip Fliponi 100 in 2020 moves into second place twice and climbing up to fourth place, trying to keep up. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Sasator has also moved up one spot into fourth. Sputnik NZ is making a move up to seventh. Sputnik NZ and Solid Shadong in 81 are locked in a close fight for sixth place. Gasatur and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Sputnik Ends is climbing up to sixth. Screwchamp is making a move to ninth. Runspider is on the move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aereo Serial is dropping back to 21 after losing 11 positions. Zolichadamnina T1 is falling further behind to 23. After dropping 16 places. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 5th place. Epic Sugar is making a move to 21st. Marty Freeze is driving a 2006 Panos Esperante GT LM Evo. Their race seems to be a bit behind with the 8th place overall, but no sign of major trouble yet. Screw Champ just overtook someone and is now on 6th place. Oxwolfie and Nulavi are nose to nose for 10th. Sputnik NZ is gaining on Zassator, closing the gap to just over a second. They're battling it out for 4th place. Scrooge Champ is right behind Sputnik NZ, inching closer by a second. Zassator and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 15th place. Samun and Marty Freeze are battling for the 16th spot. Zassator is climbing up to 3rd place. Oxwolfie and Nulavi are nose to nose for 10th. Rome Spider and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 13th. Arayu Cereal's holding off Epic Sugar by just a hair. Meanwhile, Maya is closing in on the top 6, looking for a way through. Rome Spider is driving a Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 3.755, so they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Sputnik NZ and Maya are nose to tail in the fight for 4th place. Solid Shadon in T1 is chopping down the distance to Arayu Cereal by over a second and a third. Forty Afro is driving a 24. Ferrari F 360 GC. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, which are slower than many others. Well, look at that. Mr. Wolf J just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, what a victory for Mr. Wolf J. Congratulations on taking home the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Can't wait to see if anyone can catch up in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Afanisto vintage track has history dating back to the 1960s? It's like a time machine where classic cars come to race and pretend they're still in the good old days. It's pretty much a playground for vintage car lovers, and a testament to Finnish racing heritage. So in short, it's where old school charm meets high speed chaos. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down fast now. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the race kicks off. Don't want to be that person stuck with the slowpoke, do you? Get those choices in before it's too late. Well, with both drivers in the same vintage Lotus 72C, and no info about TPPPA or Dr. Monkey 13, it's like choosing between a mystery box and a mystery gift. I'd say the race will come down to who's got the better instincts or maybe just luck. So let's sit back and enjoy the surprise. Who knows, maybe the less known driver will surprise us all. Alright, everyone, the race is kicking off at a Finisto vintage track, with the F1 1971 class. Up front on pole is Catgirl TM, riding a classic 1971, March 711. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Right at the start, Catgirl TM is leading the pack, with Maya right behind in second place. Imbust Platinum is holding on to third for now. Looks like a close battle already. Maya takes the lead, leaving the pack behind. Amy climbs to third, chasing the top. Dr. Monkey 13 advances to sixth, making moves. Dr. Monkey 13 is on the move, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. TPKA is also climbing fast, grabbing the 5th spot by passing 3 cars. Catgirl TM is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 8th. Waldo is trying to hold off Nexaromoval for 6th place. Zolovicha Donan 81 is just ahead of Zots Fired in 10th. Looks like some close racing up front. Imbus Platinum is driving a Lotus 72C, starting in 4th place. They are currently in 8th position, so they are making a move forward. The track seems to be favoring the Lotus 72C drivers with 3 in the top 6. But the March 711 Ford is holding strong at the front. Nekta Romaval dropping back to 12th place. Looks like the AI is not being kind today. Amy and Maya still neck and neck for first. Waldo climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the top. Zotsfied is climbing fast into 6th place. Zolicha Donanity 1 is right behind, also making moves into 7th. Imbus Platinum is not far behind, pushing into 8th. The battle is heating up. Waldo is driving a 1970 Lotus 72D, which is a year older than most cars here. Looks like they're holding steady in the back, probably just trying to stay on track and avoid trouble. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Lotus 72C drivers, helping them stay competitive. The longer straights might be benefiting the Lotus 72D and Ferrari, but the overall pace looks close. Its Bumblebee is dropping back to 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing to 2nd. Looks like I and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for 2nd. Zolij Immunity 1 is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Imbus Platinum is not holding back, pushing to 4th. Roger Barra 302 is making moves, grabbing 5th. Catgirl Tien is making a bold move up to 8th place. Nixa Romaval is climbing steadily to 7th. Sotsfired is also advancing to 10th. Things are heating up behind the front runners. Zilicha Dominity 1 is driving a Surtees TS9, which is holding a strong 3rd place. Their fastest lap is a quick one, 29.305, showing they're competitive and pushing hard. Solichadon 81 is climbing to 2nd place. Imbus Platinum is now in 3rd. Roger Bear 302 is moving into 4th. The top 4 are shaping up nicely. Catgirl Tien is climbing up to 6th place. Its Bumblebee is now in 7th. Zotsfired is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 8th. Maya is driving a Brabham BT34, which is known for its agility but seems to be struggling with pace today. Currently in 10th place, her lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a Lotus 72C, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. Their race looks tough with a 6th place starting position but a slow lap time compared to others. Wow, Amy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Amy really took the checkered flag and made it look easy. Big congratulations to you. And hey, since you got the fastest lap, you get to claim that sleek 1971 March 7-11 Ford. Looks like you've earned it. Here's a fun fact for you. The Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is named after a French-Canadian driver who tragically lost his life during the 1982 Belgian Grand Prix, Dado de Promota. It's like the track is racing in honor of him, which adds a bit of a dramatic flair to all those high-speed battles. Now, buckle up because this race is about to get even more interesting. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so if you want to pick your favorite car, now's your chance. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The Lola Aston Martin from 2009 has a legendary reputation for agility and a bit of old-school charm, while the Mazda from the same year might surprise us with its reliability and maybe a bit more straightforward handling. Considering the track is Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, known for its long straights and challenging chicanes, I'd lean towards the Lola Aston Martin, taking a slight edge. Its design typically favors a mix of speed and nimbleness, which could be crucial here. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Sometimes the underdog pulls off a surprise finish. So, I'd say the Lola Aston Martin has the upper hand, but don't count the Mazda out just yet. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and in pole position, we have its Siror in a classic 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI-FP, racing in LMP 900 clap. Let's see if that old school beast can hold the lid. The race kicks off with its Siror leading the pack. U20 plays right behind in second, and Agvaithi rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Sir-Pro-3 also advances one position, now in fourth. Agvaithi and Sir-Pro-3 are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth place. Sir-Pro-3 just overtook someone to take third place. Maya and Sepro 3 are nose to nose for that third spot. Amy is climbing up to 6th place. Sepro 3 is now in 2nd place after overtaking someone. U20 plays and Sepro 3 are still battling closely for 2nd. Amy has advanced 2 spots and is now in 4th. Lotusos just overtook someone to take 5th place. Maya and Lotusos are nose to nose for that position. Silvup Gaming is sneaking up to 8th place. Its Suror is dropping like a stone to 11th place. Sepro 3 is climbing to the top spot. U20 plays is sneaking into 2nd. Its Aurora is really having a tough time dropping to 23rd. Yates Gaming is climbing up to 11. Frankenbels is just behind at 12th, inching closer. Its Suror is closing in on H2 Hova rapidly, just 16.4 seconds behind now. Silverback Gaming has climbed 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Caffeinated Car and Dralitsko are locked in a close fight for 14th. Duzmolkia Blunt just sneaked into the 15th place. APR Dope is right behind, climbing into 17th. Lazy Towner and Bethraleen are nose to nose for 18th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Lotusos and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Yunus Gotalids and H2 Hove are locked in a close fight for 21st. Its Suror is chipping away at Junagot the leads, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. U20 plays is trying to fend off Amy as she closes the gap. Its Suror just moved up to 22nd, making some progress. Sasatur is racing a 2009 Mazda B0986. They're currently in 10th place, with a fastest lap just over 142.5. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Emmertic 3988 is racing a 2014 McLaren 650s GT3. They're currently in 14th place, just behind some faster cars, but still hanging in there. Wow! Sepro 3 really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they were just too quick to catch. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sepro 3 really outdid themselves. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's like completing a clean sweep in a game. Hats off to them. They truly showed everyone how it's done. Let's give a big round of applause for that Triple Crown performance. Sure thing. Did you know that Zandvoort is one of the few circuits where the drivers need to really trust their car's aerodynamics? Because of its famously fast and flowing corners? It's like a roller coaster for race cars. Plus, the track has these iconic banked corners that make it stand out from most modern circuits. It's a real throwback to racing's golden days, but with a modern twist. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked a car yet, you better hurry up. The clock is ticking and we don't want any late entries. Get your choices in before it's too late. Well, with both drivers being pretty mysterious, it's like trying to pick a winner based on a coin flip. Since they're both driving the same car, it's really all about who can handle it better on that tricky Zandvoort track. My bet? I'd go with the one who looks the most confident behind the wheel. Though honestly, it's a toss-up. We're in for a fun surprise either way. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Zandvoort, and Todoroki 39 is starting on pole with a classic 2000 Lexus GS 300. Looks like an unlikely front-runner, but hey, anything can happen. Fishing has taken the lead right out of the gate. Todoroki 39 is holding strong in second, and Ice is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the front runners. Lemon Cult Games is on a roll, climbing to second place after overtaking 3 cars. Zupersigi is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 4th. Shran is also on the move, gaining 4 positions to reach 20th. Shran is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to 17th place. Zupersigi is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Sasatur is also on the rise, climbing 2 spots to 4th. Zamun is on a roll, climbing up to 24th place. Yakaraman just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. Shoto, Todoroki 39, and Yakaraman are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a close fight. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Wild Vanone is also making moves, now in 9th. Demaxiate is gaining ground, now in 18th. The race is heating up. Tron is making a move, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Samun is also on the rise, now in 19th after a similar surge. GTI Mentative 3 is gaining ground too, now in 21st after his own 3-car overtaking spree. Maya is holding her position in 8th place. Wild Kibanona just overtook a driver to climb to 7th. Ice and Wild Kibanona are nose to tail, fighting for 7th place. Amy is closing the gap on Zasatur, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. Samun is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place. Yaboy Rwanda is closing in on Cobra Cole, the gap shrinking fast. Sasatur and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 3rd. Looks like a battle to the finish. Lemon Cult Games and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is chipping away at Zasatur, closing in by 3.4 seconds. No one's giving up their positions just yet. Fishings is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Looks like he's in control for now. Samun just sneaked into the 12th place. Samun and Yakiramen are nose to nose for 11. Buchitsero is chipping away at Lithocarp's lead, closing in by over a second and a half. Samun is making a move, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing the gap on Super Siggy, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Wild Kavanone and Beyond Two Dark Souls are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Wow! Fishings took the win? Looks like they're the ones to beat now. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Fishink really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations, you totally earned that win. Looks like all those hours spent tuning paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling because Grand Valley Speedway has plenty of sharp turns and quick corners that require precise control. Power is important, but if the car can't handle those twists and turns smoothly, it's going to lose precious seconds. Acceleration matters too, but a car that can stick to the road and navigate the curves with confidence will come out ahead. Basically, I'd want a car that's a joy to dance around those corners rather than just zooming straight through. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't leave me hanging here watching the countdown while you hesitate. Well, this is an interesting matchup. The 2012 RUF CTR3 is known for its lightweight and impressive handling, almost like a little beast on wheel. On the other hand, the Audi R8 Spider GT is a powerhouse with fantastic grip and a sleek design, perfect for racing at Grand Valley Speedway. If we're talking pure speed and acceleration, the R8 might have the edge, especially with its more powerful engine. But don't count out the CTR3. It's agile and could outmaneuver the Audi if the AI drivers are clever with their lines. Honestly, I'd give a slight nod to the R8 for its raw power, but never underestimate the charm of a lightweight contender like the CTR3. Let's see which AI driver can handle the curves better. This should be a fun race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Grand Valley Speedway with only hypercars on track. ER Special is starting in pole position, driving a 2017 Aston Martin Vulcan. I'll aim Roll Crowell. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if someone's got a trick up their sleeve. The race kicks off with Ira Special taking an early lead, Maya holding strong in second, and Ed Sauce 21 right behind him third. Looks like a tight battle already. Netzerup Starks is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 4th. Broxworth is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 15. And Maya is now in the lead, just 1 spot ahead of the pack. Bleach Mepsi is climbing up to 14th place. Double and Bleach Mepsi are still neck and neck for that spot. Schoolbus Rustifi is making a move to 20th place. Double is climbing up to 13th place now. Jiezhou Gaming is right behind, both battling fiercely for that same spot. Exclusive Gox and Era Special are neck and neck for second place. Jiezhou Gaming and Double are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Bleach Meps and Jiezhou Gaming are battling it out for 14th. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to second place. Exhaust 21 is closing in on Zero Starks, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jiezhou is moving up to 13th. Jiezhou Gaming and Spearlike Hill are neck and neck for 12th. Ned Starks is climbing to 3rd place. Girl of Diamond is now in 5th. Down Toquist has moved into 8th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Down Toquist is now 7th, closing in on the leaders. Bleach Mepsi has moved into 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Amy is climbing fast, now in 18th, eyeing the next few cars. Exclusive Gox is really closing the distance on Maya, now just over a second behind. Double and Spearlike Hill are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Darigals is climbing up one position to 20th. Bunnies of Doom is in 12th, just behind Down to Quest in 10th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but Bunnies of Doom might need a miracle to catch up before the finish. Girl of Diamond is holding on to the 4th spot, but Era Special is right behind, looking for a way past. Down to Quest and Exhaust 21 are still neck and neck for 6th, no clear winner yet. Stabby Gale Killens and Queen Manda are trading positions in the fight for 8th. This is getting spicy. Down Toquist has just overtaken someone to move into 6th place. Exhaust 21 and Down to Quest are nose to nose for 6th position. Stabby Gale Killens has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Stabby Gale Killens and Exhaust 21 are battling it out for 7th. Welcome back, Leopal. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some AI madness on the racetrack. Bleach Mepsi is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 7th. Nid Zero Starks is closing in on Exclusive Godux, the gap shrinking fast. Frogsworth just gained 1 position, now in 14th. Stabby Gale Killens is climbing up to 7th place. Frogsworth is now in 13th. Spearlike Hale has also gained a spot, sitting in 14th. Bunnies of Doom is driving a 2012 Rough CTR 3, a car known for its unique design and rear engine layout. Their race seems rough, currently in the 12th place, and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Maya, you were just unbeatable out there. Congratulations on that win. Looks like all those bumps in the road didn't slow you down one bit. Great job! Alright folks, it looks like we need to hit the pause button for a few minutes just to give everything a quick tune-up. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back to watch these AI cars battle it out on the track. Stay tuned, and I promise it'll